I don't get that kind of money. Huh? I don't get that kind of money. Oga, remember, you were once like us before you got into force. You have brothers and sisters like us in this society. The law says protect lives and properties, but what do we see today?
This life don't last forever.
Please remember, we have just one life. Why can't we live for one another?
Things will get better if you just hold my hand.
This message is brought to you from Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
When the weather becomes strict and everything becomes unsteady, the only way to go is tune to Today 95.1 FM, and the world of information, entertainment, and education will be served as breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Welcome to the show. You're listening to today's Quest. A newspaper review segment is what we've
now,
got.
who says I can't bring the party to your house right now? Because, even if it's raining, I still bring the heat right here.
I am here for you, and I know you are here for me.
It is surely the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio. People.
Back here in the garden city of Port Harcourt. Today, 95.1 FM. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
Peace is a situation where there is no war or violence in a society. Peace allows wealth to accumulate and the society to advance.
Through peace, generations of wealth, education, technology can build up, thereby making people very prosperous and happy.
Without peace, there will be violence, war, and underdevelopment in our society. The most disadvantageous peace is far better than the most just war. Let us embrace peace for a better society.
This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM.
It's what I pray for all around the world. It's what I pray for my
Fire incidents have become a regular occurrence, with thousands of lives and millions of properties lost every year in this country. Hardly a day passes without news of a fire outbreak in some part of the country, causing fear and panic among the people. Needless to say, we need to remind ourselves of the possibility of an outbreak at any time. This is what is likely to prevent us from being taken by surprise. Always put off appliances when not in use. Do not overload electrical sockets. Fuel your generator before, not when in use. Avoid fixing electrical faults personally when you apparently do not have the skill. Keep the candle on a candle stand.
It takes only a minute for a fire to get out of hand. In case of a fire outbreak, please call the fire service hotline 070-315-221-99. This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, Voice of the People.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Government tell us say police now our friend. I remember what my papa tell me. He say make I mind who I dey call my friend.
Young lady, you're under arrest.
Oga, for waiting now. What can I do?
When you get to the station, you find out.
Hey.
Don't show, everybody don't trap out.
I say I know they follow you go anywhere.
You know they go anywhere. Go and ask about Officer Mark. You see, if I deal with you, nothing will happen. Nobody will question me. I will deal with you.
Oga, leave my clothes now. Waiting. You won't naked me. Oga.
Do you have 200,000?
200,000 for what now? Wetin I do where you want collect 200,000?
If you get to the station, you pay more than that.
200k for waiting. I don't get that kind of money. I don't get that kind of money. Oga, remember, you were once like us before you got into force. You have brothers and sisters like us in this society. The law says protect lives and properties, but what do we see today?
This life don't last forever.
Please remember, we have just one life. Why can't we live for one another?
Things get better if you just hold my hand.
This message is brought to you from Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Don't worry you.
We're passionate about it.
We love talking.
We are
your number one talk radio station, 95.1 FM.
Officer, take. Officer, give me number. No time. Ma, they match am. They go.
What? You driving the officer of the law? You're under arrest. Let me see your papers. You can go. They're in order. Drive safe, okay?
I don't understand though. No be the same country again. Officer reject bribe. They arrest me yesterday. That yesterday, I go do my papers. See as I pass now. I pass without fear. You too, make you do wetin dey right. For we country to better, it dey for we hand. If you like, do like say you no hear am. To give or to take bribe, na offense.
Una don hear am, abi? You hear am too, abi? You hear am. You hear am well. They themselves, they hear am. Now the voice of the people. Now him bring this message give una. Today 95.1 FM. Now we be the voice of the people.
Wake up to today's quest.
Wake up.
All the news and information you need in one go. Get started with the best of sports, lifestyle, analysis, and Annie.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Can you feel it? Wake up to today's quest with Annie on Today 95.1 FM from 6 to 11 a.m. weekdays. Fantastic.
Okay, so a lovely Tuesday morning to you. Welcome to today's quest on Today 95.1 FM. My name is Faustina. Once again, I'm here to wear the big shoes of Annie. Okay, by way of wearing the big shoes this morning, a Monday was given to me this morning to pick a winner. Apparently, there was a contest, of call for entries for the hashtag Big Dreams yesterday, and this morning I was given the mandate to pick someone from WhatsApp. So I'm going to begin from there. I've been going through the messages and seeing all of the dreams, and I see that they're all really big dreams, even though a lot of people just went on to state their dreams, and you didn't go further to, just say what you're doing about the dream. I mean, it's enough to dream. It's good enough that you're dreaming, but what are you doing about that dream? Are you working towards that dream? And so, you would have just stated the dream, fine, big dream. So you want to do this, you want to go here, you want to build this, you want to do that, you want to make life better for humanity. But what are you doing about it? You want to become a pilot, what are you doing about it? You want to become the greatest engineer in the world, what are you doing about it? It's not enough that you state your big dream just like that. Oh, I want to be the biggest name in the world. And that's that. How are you going to, become the biggest name in the world? I mean, at least tell us a little bit about how you would go about it. And so going through the entries, I came across, quite a lot that I think they are really big. Some even stated what they are going to do about it. And even though at some point you're like, okay, this is a hindrance. There is a hindrance somewhere. But then again, it's not enough to just state the hindrances that you would face. What are you going to do when you are at that bus stop? When you get to the stumbling block, what do you do? When you get to the huddle, what do you do? Do you just lie down there and cry? Like, okay, there's a huddle before me and I don't know how to get past it. Or you do something, you jump over it. What would you do? So, I was sent a name on Twitter, someone who won on Twitter. So, I don't know if you're listening. If you're listening this morning, see me. I'm beginning the day by making someone's day, and that's good enough. That's so nice. Someone from Twitter, Philip Jeremiah at Philippanus, he says, Atok Annie, hashtag big dreams. Annie, my big dream is to float a leading tech and science company in Africa. I'm currently scrabbling for any tech knowledge I can lay my hands on. Even the FG 30,000 Naira scholarship for blockchain technology is a goal. Okay, so if you're listening, you are the winner from Twitter. That is Philip Jeremiah at Philippanus. You are the winner of the Big Dream entry, Big Dream Challenge. Let's call it that way, Big Dream Challenge. Hashtag Big Dreams. So if you're listening, Philip, you are the winner from Twitter. And from the WhatsApp platform, I mean, it's a hard one, really hard one. But hashtag Big Dream. Okay, you said hashtag Big Dream. I had always been fascinated. Okay, I've always been fascinated by elegant buildings and bridges like the Third Mainland Bridge, Carter Bridge, etc., and elegant buildings like the National Theatre, all situated in Lagos as a child. And this prompted me to study engineering. I had always dreamed to attain the status of construction firms like Julius Berger, RCC, but it had always been a huge dream because even to attain the status of indigenous firms like G, Kappa, and Costain, still a mirage considering the current economic quagmire in the country. All the same, to join a little fair to attain my dream, I have set up a block industry and deliver private houses for individuals. But all the same, again, I leave it to you, Annie, to ascertain whether my dream is attainable. And this is from Atelbert from Ililiwa. Okay, so Atelbert from Ililiwa, if you're listening to me, you are the winner from WhatsApp. Now, the winner from WhatsApp, I'm doing this. I was given the, honor to pick a winner from WhatsApp. So, Atelbert from Ililiwa, if you're listening, you are the winner. Hashtag Big Dreams. All right. So do well to. Okay, I think I'm going to chat you up on WhatsApp and tell you what to do. Okay, Atelbert from Ililiwa, or you can just send your details there. All right. So you are the winner from WhatsApp, and of course there is also a winner from Twitter. Big dreams. I mean, I saw a couple of big dreams, and I'm like, oh yeah. We're all ready to save the world in our little ways. Even though we see stumbling blocks ahead of us, we're willing to just weather the storms and everything that will come our way, just so that we can attain our dreams, achieve our goals in life. All right. That being said, welcome once again to the newspaper review segment of today's Quest on Today 95.1 FM. My name is Faustina, and I've got loads of papers right here in front of me, so we're going to begin in earnest. So we're going to begin from the Vanguard newspaper. We're going to begin from the Vanguard newspaper with the headline that says, "It's doubtful herders willfully destroy farms. Federal government. It's doubtful herders willfully destroy farms." FG is saying that one. And don't forget that the papers are up on our Facebook page, so you can go there and drop your comments there. And when you're dropping your comment, attribute the headline that you're reacting to, so it will make it easier for me to read, understand, and for everyone to understand. All right, so we'll just go through that story and see what's happening there. It's doubtful herders willfully destroy farms. That's according to the FG. The story reads, despite frequent invasions of farms and killings of farmers in different parts of the country, especially in Southeast and Benue states, by armed herdsmen, the federal government said yesterday it was unsure herders intentionally unleashed their cattle on farms. The Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Muhammad Abubakar, who stated this while responding to questions at the presentation of his ministry's scorecard for the 2015 to 2023, also blamed the rising cost of basic foodstuff in the country on inflation and the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, which forced many countries, including Nigeria, to shut down key economic activities for months. Just a moment. welcome back. Apologies for that. Okay, so I'm going to go through the headline once again and then go through the body of the headline. It says, it's doubtful herders willfully destroy farms, FG. Okay, and it says, despite frequent invasion of farms and killings of farmers in different parts of the country, especially in Southeast and Benue State by armed herdsmen, the federal government said yesterday it was unsure herders intentionally unleashed their cutlass on farms. The Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Mohammed Abubakar, who stated this while responding to questions at the presentation of his ministry's scorecard for 2015 to 2023, also blamed the rising cost of basic foodstuff in the country on inflation and aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, which forced many countries, including Nigeria, to shut down key economic activities for many months. Now, recall that many farmers have been killed in states of the southeast, especially the recent attack which claimed the lives of 10 farmers in a community in Enugu State. This is aside from the killings that are taking place in attacks on farmers by herders in Abia, Anambra, Enugu, and Ebonyi states. Abubakar said this is an age-long problem of farmers and herders conflicts, but I don't think that at any given time, herders intentionally push their cattle to go and eat farm produce or crops. Accidentally, the cows might stray and go. This has been the source of the conflict. So, ranching is the easiest and the best thing to do. The minister also assured that the federal government had begun moves to put an end to such conflicts. Said one of the measures to checkmate herders farmers conflict was the introduction of the National Livestock Development Program and the proposal to have ranching and grazing reserves across the country. Okay, it's a long read, but then again, we could pick out something from there. I mean, not just something, things from there. The minister is saying that the herders would not willfully destroy farms in the country. For every time that we've complained about farmer herders crisis and they complain about herders destroying people's farmlands, the minister is saying, well, it's not intentional. You know, the cattle will sometimes stray and go to the farmlands to destroy the crops. It's not an intentional act. Okay, so this morning joining me on today's quest is Dr. C.A.J. Chinwo, legal practitioner, public affairs commentator and writer, secretary, Elders Council, Labour Party, Rivers State, living in Nigeria. Good morning, sir.
I want to thank you for hosting us.
Okay, so your reaction to this story?
Well, it's funny when our leaders pretend that they don't know certain things that are very real, certain things that are too obvious. For a minister of agriculture to say that when cattle stray into people's farm, that can be considered accidental. It's a very strange thing. If he was a minister of, if he's a minister of agriculture and knows what agriculture means, he knows that there are limits to which animals can't move into a farm.
Okay.
Just like human beings, you can't go into a farm and you're playing football and you say, I didn't intend to destroy the crops. It's as good as saying a robber enters into his house, breaks in and say, look, I don't think those robbers intended to steal. There's certain things we don't do because they make us laughing stock all over the world. People are wondering what kind of people are we? How do we think? The very fact that animals are into a farm, now it is not even something that happened accidentally. It happens on a regular basis. The cattle rearers have not said it's an accident. Rather say it's their right to do it. So certain things you want to defend doesn't make sense because the person doing it says, this is what I will do. This is what I have right to do.
I'm a Nigerian. So
I'm a Nigerian, and some people, the attorney generals, whatever, have said it's even the animals' right to walk into any place. So I don't understand what the Minister of Agriculture is saying. But in the later part, when he said the ranching, that's what he should have been talking about. If he has said, look, we have made efforts to provide alternative means, because what is important in Nigeria is that everything should be done to provide means whereby our livestock will be raised, our crops will be raised, because we need all of them. We need all of them. So everybody, whether you're in the east, north, or west, you need them. Whether you're farming or not, you need them. So, but we need to harmonize our production procedures and facilities to make sure that one doesn't destroy the other. Nobody's going to eat meat all alone, and nobody eats club without meat, or protein.
Absolutely.
So we must begin to think, and we need leaders who can think with that, holistic way, not those who just want to serve a sectional interest, and in doing that they show themselves, or they give the impression of being foolish. Because that's what it means there for a Minister of Agriculture to say he doesn't think that animals that stray into farms, that's an intentional thing.
It's not willful.
It's not willful.
intentional.
I don't know what he thinks, what do you understand by willfulness. Those animals are not blind. Those animals are even led by human beings who lead them into it and stand by, waiting for anybody to come and resist them. And many Nigerians have been killed for trying to say, please move your animals away. In a chair here, at Ubima, this has happened. So I don't see, it's strange for a Minister of Agriculture to say that, but that's the kind of things we have in a nation where you appoint people based on nepotism. They first of all want to find out what is the interest that I'm here to represent. And when they realize that the interest to represent what the president appointed loves, they do that without caring.
And that reminds me of the anti-open grazing law.
Yeah.
How's that working for us?
Implementation. We are very good at making laws, some unenforceable, some without the political will to enforce them. Anti-grazing law in Rivers State, for instance, if the Rivers State government wanted it to be enforced, you should have had forest guards.
Okay.
I mean, that is not a new thing. We used to have them those days. So you have them to go to protect our bushes. Go to protect in the various communities. If you don't want to raise people that you empower in various communities to say, this is the limit to which animals can stray in. And of course, you also provide areas they can stray in. Or alternative means, those who want to do animal husbandry, provide land for them when they pay for it, whether on lease or whatever. These things can be done and have been done elsewhere. But it's just the lack of political will. Our tendency is just to serve the things that concern us. Other nations, we hear, as was said in Shakespeare, Julius Caesar, the things that concern us will serve last. In Nigeria, the things that concern leaders are served first.
Okay.
And often they forget subsequently other things that remain.
All right, moving on to another headline from same Vanguard newspaper. Terror war. Over 886 hardened Boko Haram fighters for prosecution. I'm just going to read briefly a little bit about that story, and we'll take it off from there. The theater commander, Northeast Joint Operation Hadinkai, Major General Christopher Musa, said yesterday that 886 hardened Boko Haram detainees were currently awaiting transfer to Giwa project in Kainji, Niger State, for prosecution. He also said 323 detainees were transferred to Operation Safe Corridor in Gombe State on 8 September 2022 for de-radicalization, demobilization, and rehabilitation, a DDR program of the federal government. General Musa, who disclosed this while giving highlights on surrendered Boko Haram terrorists, said currently the Giwa Center has a total of 1,893 suspects in custody. Speaking through Colonel Obina Zuike, the acting theater intelligence coordinator, Major General said over 82,237 terrorists and their families had surrendered since July 2021. The story goes on and on and on and on. But what does this mean for the fight against terrorism in the country?
Well, I don't know how to put it. As you're reading,
with all of the figures being given,
yes,
is that making the headway, or it just figures?
It means that we're making headway because years ago, all I was saying, you don't arrest these people. We don't see them prosecuted. Crimes are being committed.
Right.
Now, so when we now have figures that this number has been arrested, they are in this place, they're going to that place, that shows they're saying they're very verifiable. I think it means that we're making headway. And apparently from recent events, I don't think we're hearing so much of the activities of Boko Haram as much as even kidnapping. But one challenge I feel for the government in a situation like this is you can't, though whatever crime they have committed, me as a lawyer, I know that they should be prosecuted. And the prosecution maybe brings them sentences that doesn't even include extend to death. I was supposed to the states going on the tit for tat activity, killing them. So they have to be prosecuted. But and again, now the handicap comes for the Federal Minister of Justice. I'm not sure the Federal Minister of Justice out of the 1,000 lawyers. Do you understand me now?
Okay.
And there are over 800 and something to be prosecuted just for Boko Haram and crimes elsewhere are being committed. So you find the burden that the government bears in this, but the government must have this responsibility. That is why it is the government. If it knows what it should do, there are ways to rationalize it. There are ways to some of them committed offense jointly, some committed offense different times, and all that. But we want to see action going on. We can't. This is 8 years. This government say we're going to prosecute this. What we are now still hearing is we will. In a few months now, the government will go. And then it becomes the burden of another government to maybe say we are going to investigate and verify what we are going to see before we prosecute.
And it's not like we see a continuity in governance, though.
Unfortunately, so we don't see continuity in government, because if we did, it would have been a case of okay, this one stopped, it continues. But again, you find a new attorney general comes, he begins to have his own quote and unquote favorite guys who in the ministry who will be committed to do certain things and those who are not going to do certain things. And in a situation like this, prosecuting people who are largely illiterate, it even requires some more experience than the run-of-the-mill lawyer who will just go and prosecute. The whole lot of things are involved. But I believe that if our Minister of Justice, Federal Minister of Justice, have been up to its responsibility, by now it should have developed a very crack and specialized team that will prosecute matters like terrorism team, anti-terrorism team, that will prosecute matters like this. That's what is done elsewhere. Because we expect that there should be expertise and improvement and specialization as days go by, as different crimes arise. But from the number of matters that the federal government, federal minister of justice is losing, it's raising questions of competence.
Okay.
But I pray they get competent and do it well.
All right, we'll quickly move on to the next headline, still from the Vanguard newspaper. And we have joining us in the studio Associate Professor Emmanuel Warner, Lecturer, Political Science, University of Port Harcourt. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so moving on to, this is a very sensitive topic. It is really. For every time this comes up, there is always heated arguments all over. 2023, Buhari Sultan Lumumba seek end to ethno-religious politics. That's the headline. So the body of the headline says, with barely 3 months to the 2023 general elections, President Muhammadu Buhari, the Sultan of Sokoto Muhammad Abubakar Sahad III, and a former director of Kenyan Anti-Corruption Agency, Professor Patrick Lumumba, are seeking an end to ethno-religious politics. They also harped on the need for Nigerians to choose wisely during the forthcoming polls. Now, the three spoke at the 10th Dr. Abubakar Olushola Saraki Memorial Anniversary Lecture held in Abuja yesterday. Abuaru spoke through the Borno State Governor, Professor Babagana Zulum, described the late Dr. Olushola Saraki as a Nigerian statesman who played an active role in the evolution of Nigeria's political development. Okay, so he went on to talk about the late, but the point is, talking about seeking end to ethno-religious politics. I don't know how that's going to work in Nigeria. Really, is it achievable? I'm going to get on to Professor Emmanuel.
Yeah, I think it is. It depends on the mindset of Nigerians and the kind of values prevalent in our society. What we want to be as a people. But I think that these things are easier said than done, like the president and others have said. They should be able to walk their talk.
Okay.
You don't expect to say one thing and then in practice you are doing a different thing contrary to what you are talking about. That for me is hypocrisy. Hypocrisy at its apogee in this country. We are living witnesses to what has happened and is also happening even at a very dangerous dimension now. Nepotism is everywhere.
Yeah.
In spite of the fact that we have federal character enshrined in our constitution. Yet, these things don't reflect.
More like it's just in the papers.
Yes, different ethnic groups, different personalities are not given a sense of belonging. There is this kind of marginalization, utter neglect of the wishes, aspirations and yearnings of the different ethnic groups that make up this country. We also noticed that in appointments, some religions are, not carried along. Some ethnic groups are not carried along. we saw what happened. Even look at this NMPC that they said they have been privatized.
Yes.
When I was looking at the list of officers in that corporation, I marveled. And I was thinking, is it that people from other parts of the country don't have the requisite qualification or experience, or are they just morons to the extent that they are not involved? But we have in our constitution federal character principle, which means that in appointments, it should reflect the heterogeneous nature of this country,
right,
so that it can give every ethnic group a sense of belonging. But that is not done. So when you are marginalizing and you are not carrying every other person along, what do you expect? And that, of course, are giving rise to this spate of, people asking that they want to go their separate ways. There is a bottled up tension among some minority ethnic groups. Some of them have not even gotten the commissionership appointment. Some of them have not gotten anything. No government presence. And we are just picking up, we want to give an end. Practicalize it. Make it to be more pragmatic. You as the leader, show example. Be exemplary. It's not just by talking. No. You say one thing and in practice you are doing a different thing altogether. So I think it's height of hypocrisy.
All right, I'm going to come on to Dr. Chinwo now. How possible is it that we have an end to ethno-religious politics in Nigeria?
Impossible.
Well,
yeah, I
was blunt.
Yeah, I say so because you see, sometimes we tend to be chasing shadow. When you are evaluating any society, I think you should look at their background. I've often said it on this station, and that's something I think we should realize. Nigeria is a native society. Because it is native, it means it's not a migrant society. As we're in this studio now, the four of us have different places that are our places of origin. We are, by next month now, we are planning, those who have to travel are planning to travel to. And then when we go there, it may be 3 days we spend there, we consider it as home. While we're in Port Harcourt, I'm from up there, but while we are here in Port Harcourt, we consider that we're in somebody else's land. And that's what happens in every society that is native. So, what things they do is that there is no way an Ogoni person will forget that it's from Ogoni.
Right.
The thing to be done, which is what the Constitution has tried to do, and our problem is the fact that, which is I think what the Professor Ouna also referred to, we don't have a sense of justice. And unfortunately, we ought not to go that way. We ought to have, because, like I keep saying also, if you look at the typical African polygamous society or family, there's a provision for justice, inbred. If a man has 2 or 3 wives,
right,
and they are sharing property in that family, the fact that the first or second or one of the wives have first 2, 3 kids, sons or the children who are the most senior, does not entitle them to take, to take rights in that age. No, they give to one from the first kitchen, they give to the other, and it comes around. That is justice, and that's what we ought to do. But are we going to forget that we came from those different kitchens? No. And the Constitution has no provision, for instance, federal character principle. The president, like one has said, has breached it to determination, with all determination. Our governors are breaching it. Our local government chairmen are breaching it, which is why everybody is crying, my turn, my turn, my turn. It's not because if you got there and you gave everybody opportunity in the society to perform, function, and to benefit from what comes to the society, you are going to see that the cry for ethnic politics will reduce, because everybody realizes no matter what you do, an Hausa man is an Hausa man, Igbo man is Igbo, Yoruba is Yoruba. But it is important that the Yoruba man or Igbo man or Ikwere man or Calabar realizes that when I have taken one, my brother from another place will take, the other one will take. When I have developed there, I should develop the other place, so that all of us, because all of us can be governor or president at the same time. So whenever you are, wherever you come from, you are brought up to represent. It's in the failure in that that is causing the crisis. And the challenge all of us we have, the academics, for instance, social scientists, sociologists, and all that. Let us try and articulate this natural characteristic that we have into our politics and make it to be realized that you can't go there and because you are first, second, third son, you are from the same mother. No, in my own family, my father had, I've said it here before, my father had 3 of us before my mother died and then remarried. The first son of my stepmother is younger to my younger brother, right? Okay. But he takes shares in the family before me. And I concede to that, and the whole community knows that. It's not an issue at all. And that is the natural justice that we have devised. But when we get into government, we suddenly forget that. Unfortunately, what forget is not only that, even the people is that as Buhari is there now and everything is Fulani and everything is Kastina, the Kastina man is happy. As Governor Wike is here now, everything is maybe Ikwele, the Ikwele man is happy.
It's our turn.
It's our turn. Let's have a sense of justice and say, no, it is our turn to be in charge of distribution, but it's not our turn to take everything. When we have that, but to say that you forget it, ethnic politics, no place. You can't, because even Nigerians and America have Obaki Ikwele, have Kalabare Seko Bridia, have Yoruba Ronu, and all kinds of. Anywhere we go, we organize on the line of tribe. Before we even think of that's because we're a native society. You want in the United States, the Nigerian that goes to the United States, it doesn't have a father or motherland there. Do you understand me? So he relates with everybody that comes together. And the American society, the whites, the Caucasians, did everything they could to banish the natives into the background, into the reserves. Because they are like, this is not how we want to run our society here. But happily, our own has not happened that way. But we can change and do the things right.
Okay, we can change and do the things right. We have joining us in the studio Chief Loveday Okere JP, social political analyst, community leader, a member, River State PDP Campaign Council. Good morning, sir.
Thank you very much for saying that.
Okay, so straight to you. Buhari Sultan Lumumba seek end to ethno-religious politics. Is that something that we can put an end to?
I don't know the magic.
Or you want to say never?
I don't know the magic they are going to. You see, in Nigeria, people will just wake up and those are statements that is very difficult to work at. Ruling out, even if it happens in every other part of the world, ruling out ethnicity and religion in everything we do in Nigeria is almost near impossible. Okay, take politics aside. Have you visited a typical oil and gas company in Port Harcourt here? Just go to when Shell was having its way in both offshore and offshore here. Go to Shell. Go to every department of Shell. Because when the multinationals are coming to Nigeria, they will first of all land in Lagos, establish an office in Lagos, and start their preliminary employment in Lagos. And who are those that they are starting with? The Yorubas. And it is these Yorubas that will come to Port Harcourt here and begin to guide the multinationals on who to employ. Go to typical oil companies and you will see that 80 to 90% of the employees in oil companies are Yorubas. And once you go there and speak the language, that is the language you understand. You just go to any multinational company in this Port Harcourt. So it is an influence of ethnic mentality. So it is very difficult, and that is one of the number one problem that we are having in Nigeria. That's why you have the issue of Ebiloko. It's my turn, because the man has felt that because the northerner has been there and has favored his people, and his people are pushing him despite all odds to make sure that he occupied his space for them to also benefit. Let me tell you, when President Obasanjo was in power as the president, what happened to our ports? The Port Harcourt port was granted, the Buhari port was granted, the Calabar port was granted, and everything was jam-packed in Apapa. That made it impossible for people to even see road to pass, because everything that comes to Nigeria was centralized in Lagos because of the issue of ethnic mentality. It's our turn and we want to have everything. We refuse to believe that other persons. So it is also like that even in our local government councils. If you are there, go and check the appointees. Go and check the employees within the period a particular person is in office. So it will be a very difficult thing, except there is something that is coming from the constitution. Even in the constitution, there is CHH said here that to have something that has to do with federal character.
Federal character.
Is it being maintained where the service chiefs are coming from almost almost 90% of them are coming from one part of the country. So the man that is talking, thank God, is talking from Katsina, where the present president of the country, comes from. So it will be a very difficult thing, and I don't know. I can't even. It's not even our problem for now. Our problem for now is, even if you are coming from the same place, I decide to do that which is right to humanity in distributing our resources. Nobody will even remember that C.J. Chinwe and Dr. Emmanuel Una is coming from Ikure, and Chief Love Doctor is coming from Eche. If that which you require is given to you, there will be peace. But the issue is that even when the idea bringing it out to distribute these resources even to their own people, sometimes in most cases is very difficult.
No, so are you saying the religious politics, it's not a problem in Nigeria?
For me, it has come to stay. It has been there all this while. That was why during the before the independence, when we were having the lives of Nanda Azikiwe, Awolowo, and Tafawa Balewa, how did we have them one from each? They are trying to make sure that there are balances from all these areas, so that when you take, I take, the other person take. You remember that Zeke was the president, they call it ceremonial president, and Tafawa Balewa was the prime minister.
Right.
Do you understand? So all these things were done to balance, to make sure that every ethnic group within Nigeria, especially the three major ethnic groups as it were, was carried along. So you can't rule it out. It's not a problem. The only problem is, do you distribute these resources in accordance to that which is necessary and that which is right to all these persons? But especially in this administration, where they think that now that it is our turn, Emi Loko, we have to have it all. We have to have it in terms of representation. We have it in terms of the resources and every other thing. That is why we are having the problems. When I was driving down here, I heard you talking about the Minister of Agriculture saying that it is not willful, that he can't believe that it is willful that animals will go and destroy people's farms. Yeah. Let him come down, not speaking from the office. Let him come down. Let me take him to my village now. You see where women are crying that even the herdsmen are uprooting the cassava themselves and giving to their cows to eat. So this is the kind of country we find ourselves. So what the man is saying has been there before now, and we've been managing ourselves. Even during the military administration, where we were able to have the refineries constructed, the NAFCOM, the petrochemical, and most of the roads we are driving to that are going bad was constructed by the military administration. All these ethnicities were there. So the problem is those in office and not these ethnic groups in the country.
Now, bringing this to the forthcoming election, how is this going to affect it? I mean, Professor Warner.
Well, what that means is that
seeing the same thing play out over and over again.
Is definitely going to reinforce, the ethnic and primordial sentiments. That's what it means.
That's what is haunting Atiku now.
Exactly. So it's going to actually reinforce that, and that's not for our own interest. So you find people actually voting along ethnic lines.
Simple.
And they're not actually considering the capability of other leaders.
Competence.
Yes, the competence, who can pull us out of this dungeon we find ourselves. So it's a reinforcement, because the spirit of those who want to rule this country has not changed from ethnic bias. And then I also tell you, most of them too, even as we speak, also have this kind of selfish mentality. Because what they do is that there's an amalgam or admixture of ethnicity and class interest. Most of the times they appeal to ethnic sentiments when they want to have their way. They want to satisfy their class interests. They appeal to ethnic sentiments. But beyond that, sometimes most of them, even when they get to the office, seem to also not to carry their own people along. It has been happening. But it is important for us to understand the fact that ethnic sentiments, class interests are quite dangerous to us as a people in the course of nation building in this our country.
Okay, moving on to, we've got a few minutes to take one more headline. I'll probably just read out the headline and then, okay, so this one I'm going to say for opinion poll. Okay, Nigerians robbed of passports in the US and Europe. When Lai Mohammed came up with this, that Nigerians traveling to the US and UK, they should be careful because, I mean, they've been robbing them of their passports and all that. I felt like, okay, maybe because the US and the UK and other foreign countries, European countries, issue advisories, travel advisories and directives to their citizens in Nigeria. Maybe
Who's robbing them on the passport?
Oh, well, he said the US, in course of their travel, they're robbed of their passport and all that they've got to be careful, while traveling. And I felt like, okay, even just for once, Nigeria should issue travel advisory directive to their citizens that are traveling abroad. But I don't know how this works, because, like he said, you're traveling to other countries, and in other countries, when you get there, you need to be very careful because your passports, apparently they've been getting reports of Nigerians losing their passports and all of those when they go there. But I think we're going to break now to get the news update at 9. When we come back, probably go through the story and we'll talk some more. You're listening to today's Quest on Today 95.1 FM. Stick around. News update comes up in just a moment.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the name is the one who made the public know about.
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial.
You also say don't worry. This government.
For that station,
don't worry you.
We're passionate about it.
We love talking.
We are
your number one talk radio station. 95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Will be sent back. The President Muhammadu Buhari has promised to leave a legacy of free and fair elections in Nigeria and the West African sub-region at large. The Nigerian leader will finish his second term next year and has reiterated his desire to conduct a hitch-free election, adding that the country is committed to a stable West Africa. He said this yesterday at the 2022 second ordinary session of the ECOWAS Parliament in Abuja. The position of the president was contained in a statement issued by his spokesman, Femi Adesina. Illegal oil bunkering activities appear to have resurfaced in some communities in Emowa local government area of Rivers State. This time, the stakeholders from Odegu Kingdom are not happy that some military personnel attached to 3 oil multinationals operating in Odegu are allegedly aiding the activities. Samuel Ikema, who spoke to Today FM, alleged that the soldiers have abandoned their sole responsibility of protecting the oil facilities and now indulge in illegal oil bunkering. Ikema called on government at all levels to urgently intervene to forestall activities which he claimed could cause a recurrence of insecurity in the area. And on the foreign scene, the world's largest active volcano, Hawaii's Mauna Loa, is erupting for the first time in almost 40 years. An advisory for ashfall, which can contaminate water supplies, kill vegetation, and irritate the lungs, is an effect for the surrounding areas. The lava flow is mostly contained within the summit, but residents have been placed on alert. The U.S. Geological Service has warned the situation could change rapidly. The volcano's alert level has also been upgraded from an advisory to a warning, the highest classification. And that was a news update on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. It is your right to vote. Ensure that you take advantage of this coming election to elect leaders of your choice. Good morning. I'm Faustina Oputu.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Everything now double 2, 4, 8.
Yes, so all my blessings will be big and in double portions.
Come and partake from the outpouring of double portions of blessing, healing, deliverance, and salvation at the Holy Ghost Congress 2022. Tagged
Double Portion. Date Monday 5th to Friday 9th December 2022.
Time 7 p.m. daily. Venue Redemption Camp, Kilometer 46, Lagos Ibadan Expressway.
Ministry Pastor E.A. Adeboye and other anointed men of God. Jesus is Lord.
Business double.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Alright, if you've ever thought about financial freedom, then you need to stay here because we're about to share some vital information on how you can attain that freedom. Welcome to this live transforming online business education program on radio, where we share vital information on the benefits of e-business and e-investment as powered by Raleigh Academy. Now, Raleigh Academy is a reputable organization that offers educational services in online businesses and financial education. The goal here is to equip anyone in search of a genuine opportunity to create a new stream or streams of income to add to their current stream or streams of income using the internet. In this episode, we'll be looking at the Raleigh Academy 100X Megaton Conference. And in the studio with me is an e-trader and an online entrepreneur with Raleigh Academy. He was trained at the London Business School, the London School of Business and Finance, and the London Academy of Trading. He also has certification in technical analysis from Cyprus. He has gathered over 13 years of experience in financial trading and technical analysis. Well, he has consistently organized several hours of webinars, seminars, workshops, and coachings on trading and financial market analysis. Well, this man is a force to be reckoned with as long as this business is concerned. It's my pleasure to introduce my guest, Michael Akinwale. Thanks for joining us, Michael.
Thank you so much. Beautiful day to be in the studio, I can tell you that.
Are you ready to grow your income by 100 times in 2023? Then be at the Raleigh Academy Port Harcourt 100X Megaton Conference. This is the Digital Wealth Business Conference in Nigeria, where great minds, business enthusiasts, and experts will be showing you how to increase your income 100 times in 2023. There'll be lots of gift items to be won, free laptops, bags of rice, television sets, phones, and lots more. That's right, the Raleigh Academy Port Harcourt 100X Megaton Conference will take place on Friday, December 2nd, 2022. Time, 10 a.m. prompt. Venue, LA Kings, 31 Stadium Road, opposite First Bank, Port Harcourt. To book your seat, SMS PH to 0916 466 0000. To book your seat, SMS PH to 0916 466 0000. The Raleigh Academy Port Harcourt 100X Megaton Conference, your sure path to financial freedom in 2023. See you there.
let's start with Raleigh Academy. Tell us more about Raleigh Academy and yourself.
Okay, once again, it's a beautiful time to be here. My name is Michael Akinwale, and I actually work with Raleigh Academy. Raleigh Academy, as you know, is a global online entrepreneurship business firm with head office in Europe. And from Europe, they have offices around the world, like in Nigeria, they have offices in Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, Ibadan. And from there, they're able to connect people via institutional expresses to the opportunities available when it comes to doing business online, and to show them the new age strategies for attaining financial freedom.
All right, so let's talk about the strategies now.
Right.
Today we're talking about the Raleigh Academy 100X Megaton Conference.
The Megaton Conference.
But first, let's try and understand what the Megaton Conference is about.
Okay, let me break it down very fast to you. The Megaton Conference is actually a Raleigh Academy signature event, which we normally organize around this time of the year, when we're running up this year and also preparing towards next year. Just to guarantee that we end this year on a powerful note and also begin that next year on a big note. And we've been doing this for about 4 years now, so and getting bigger and bigger every year. For instance, this year we're going to have an event in Benin, in Ilorin, in Badon, Abuja, Port Harcourt, and the grand and biggest finale is going to be in Lagos. And the truth and the fact is that the facts you have in life determines how far you go in life. Also, most importantly, the facts you have in life determines how fast you go in life.
Okay.
Which means you need facts to go far, and you need facts to go fast. So we've designed this event to actually educate, inform, and most importantly, give people the facts that they need to succeed next year, 2023. So if you want to go far next year, you want to go fast next year, then you have to be at this event. We're going to be looking at the facts to actually achieve those objectives.
Amazing, amazing. Now, let's look at the theme, and particularly about the theme for this event.
Yeah.
The theme is Megaton 100X.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Okay, according to one of my mentors, Tony Robbins, goal setting is the first step to turning invisible to visible. So we are calling this 100X because we want people to achieve 100 times whatever they achieved this year, next year. Let me repeat that again. Achieving 100 times what we achieved this year, next year. And what does that mean? Whatever you did this year, let's assume for instance you did ₦1 million. Next year, how can you do 100 million? That's what we're talking about here. How can you achieve 100 times of what you did this year, next year? And I think there's no better time to begin to think about that. Why? The global economy, not Nigeria's economy right now, the global economy is not smiling. So everybody should be very, very financially conscious right now. And then you have to be at this conference to see how you can make sure no matter what happens, you are above.
Now, 100 times of what you did this year.
Yeah.
Some people will be like, is that even possible?
Absolutely.
How possible is this?
It's extremely possible. First of all, number one, it takes a will.
Okay.
And secondly, you need to find a way. So if you have that will to actually do it 100 times, find your way to this conference where we are going to be giving you the second thing, which is the way. That's the facts you need to actually take you 100 times this year. So be at this event. Come and find out what we're going to be looking at this event. We're going to be looking at multiple streams of several streams of online income. Let me take that again.
Okay.
Multiple streams of online streams. That means within a stream, you can have multiple streams within that stream. So at this event, we're going to be looking at multiple streams of several streams of online income to guarantee that you have 100X coming next year.
All right, so that's Michael Akinwale telling you that 100X.
Absolutely.
What is unique about this particular edition? And why is it a must for everyone to attend?
Okay, there are several things that make it very, very unique. The first one is that Raleigh Academy is 7 years in Nigeria right now, which means we've gained a lot of experience when it comes to this. And so we're going to be using this to celebrate our 7th year anniversary. Secondly is that we're going to be having top experts around the world when it comes to actually making money online. Top experts from around the world. So we're going to have experts in e-commerce, experts in blogging, experts in online marketing, experts in e-trading. They're going to be at this event to actually give you the facts that you need to go for next year.
Okay.
And thirdly is that we're going to be giving out mega gifts. These are gifts we've never done before, which is a mega event. For instance, we're going to be giving out laptops, televisions, internet devices, power banks, t-shirts, bags of rice. Rice is the big thing in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Bags of rice, books, and several other gifts at this event. So it's a mega event. Everybody needs to be there.
All right, so this is sounding really interesting already. Mega, indeed it will be.
Yeah.
Who can attend the event? Who can attend the event? And is there a requirement to be a part of
Actually,
it?
there's no requirement. It's an event we are bringing to Nigerians for absolutely free of charge. So it costs you nothing to be at this event. All right? And the truth of the matter is that knowledge is power. Information brings liberation. Education is a prerequisite to progress. So anyone who needs information on how to make it this year 2023 needs to be at this event. So you can be an employee or even a business person. You can be a lecturer. You can be a student. You can be a man, a woman, a retiree, a housewife. As long as you need to actually do 100X next year, be at this event. It's free of charge. And it costs you nothing.
All right, absolutely free. All you need to do is just be at the event.
Absolutely.
And you gain access to this information.
Yeah.
Can you give us the dates, the venue, and the time of the Port Harcourt 100X Megaton Conference, and how participants can register to attend?
The Port Harcourt 100X Megaton Conference is going to be taking place for just one day. One very powerful day right here in the city of Port Harcourt. And the date this program is going to be taking place is this week Friday, the 2nd of December 2022. Remember again, this week Friday, the 2nd of December 2022. The time is going to be 10 a.m. prompt. 10 a.m. prompt. The venue of this event, right here in the city of Port Harcourt, is at LA Kings Hotel. LA Kings Hotel, 31 Stadium Road, opposite First Bank, right here in the city of Port Harcourt. LA Kings Hotel. LA Kings Hotel, number 31 Stadium Road, opposite First Bank, right here in the city of Port Harcourt. Very popular place, I can tell you. You cannot miss it. It's also very important that you register to be at this event so we know you are coming and we can prepare for you. To register is simple. Send an SMS to your phone number and then your seat will be reserved to be at this event. So take your phone right now. Let me show you how to register. To reserve your seat, SMS the word PH. PH. PH is short for Port Harcourt. SMS the word PH to this phone number 0916 466 0000. 0916 466 0000. 0916 466 0000.
Okay, so what else would participants benefit at this conference?
Well, there are several other things we're going to be benefiting at this event. For instance, let me quickly lay it down. First and foremost, like our Culture and Rally Academy, we're going to be giving out educational DVD on businesses that people can do in 2023 to actually make them very successful.
Okay.
So apart from you coming to learn at this event, you're also going to be putting your hand an educational DVD. Why? So that when you get home, you can keep learning to prepare yourself for the year. That's first. Secondly, is that we're going to be giving out our Megaton bonus. For everyone who attends this event, you're going to be going on with Rally Academy Megaton bonus. This bonus we've never given out before is our 150% bonus. This equals to at least 150,000 naira added to people's trading capital for them to start business of e-trading so that they can actually go mega in the year 2023. Okay. So everybody that comes to this event will be going with this bonus. Apart from that, we're also going to be giving out free cash for some people. So for instance, we're going to be giving out 50,000 naira, 100,000 naira, and as much as 150,000 naira free cash will be given to people in their trading account to actually start the business of e-trading also. So this is an event you cannot actually afford to miss.
All right, an event you cannot afford to miss, he said. Now, tell us again the dates, the venue, and the time of the Port Harcourt Megaton Conference, and how participants can register to attend.
The Port Harcourt 100X Megaton Conference is going to be taking place for just one day. One very powerful day right here in the city of Port Harcourt. And the date this program is going to be taking place is this week Friday, the 2nd of December 2022. Remember again, this week Friday, the 2nd of December 2022. The time is going to be 10 a.m. prompt. 10 a.m. prompt. The venue of this event, right here in the city of Port Harcourt, is at LA Kings Hotel. LA Kings Hotel, 31 Stadium Road, opposite First Bank, right here in the city of Port Harcourt. LA Kings Hotel. LA Kings Hotel, number 31 Stadium Road, opposite First Bank, right here in the city of Port Harcourt. Very popular place, I can tell you. You cannot miss it. It's also very important that you register to be at this event so we know you are coming and we can prepare for you. To register is simple. Send an SMS to your phone number and then your seat will be reserved to be at this event. So take your phone right now. Let me show you how to register. To reserve your seat, SMS the word PH. PH. PH is short for Port Harcourt. SMS the word PH to this phone number 0916 466 0000. 0916 466 0000. 0916 466 0000.
All right, there you have it. The 100X Megaton Conference. If you're thinking about making 100 times of what you made in 2022, this might be the opportunity. Michael said earlier, knowledge is power. Information brings liberation. And this might be that liberation you've been looking up to. And this might be the liberation you've been expecting. Thank you very much for coming on the show today.
Thank you so much.
All right, bye for now.
Are you ready to grow your income by 100 times in 2023? Then be at the Rally Academy Port Harcourt 100X Megaton Conference. This is the Digital Wealth Business Conference in Nigeria, where great minds, business enthusiasts, and experts will be showing you how to increase your income 100 times in 2023. There'll be lots of gift items to be won, free laptops, bags of rice, television sets, phones, and lots more. That's right. The Raleigh Academy Port Harcourt 100X Megaton Conference will take place on Friday, December 2nd, 2022. Time, 10 a.m. prompt. Venue, LA Kings, 31 Stadium Road, opposite First Bank, Port Harcourt. To book your seat, SMS PH to 0916 466 0000. To book your seat, SMS PH to 0916 466 0000. The Raleigh Academy Port Harcourt 100X Megaton Conference, your sure path to financial freedom in 2023. See you there.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Gone past 9 a.m. You're still listening to Today 95.1 FM. This is today's quest. And remember that you can be a part of the program. The headlines, the newspaper headlines are up on our Facebook page. So you can go there, drop a comment, as well as send a text message or WhatsApp message to the number 0701 933 9962. The number to send your text messages and WhatsApp messages to is 0701 933 9962. So when you're dropping your messages on Facebook or via the text message or WhatsApp platform, do well to reference the headline that you are reacting to. Makes it easy for us to read. Okay, so before we went on the news break and of course the commercial break, we were talking about the advisory by the federal government saying Nigerians robbed of passports in the US, Europe. That's according to the federal government. So I promised I was going to go into details of the story and we'll just talk about it briefly. So the federal government on Monday warned that Nigerians were being robbed of their valuables, especially passports in the United States of America and Europe, pointedly naming the United Kingdom, the UK. The government, as a result, issued a travel advisory to its citizens traveling to the United States and Europe. The Minister of Information, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, raised the alarm at a news conference in Abuja. I mean, they had to organize a news conference for that, issuing the travel advisory. Look, Nigerians, be careful because you're robbed of your valuables in the US and in the UK. So while you're traveling to these countries, you need to be very careful. Like I mentioned, when I saw the headline, reminded me of all the travel advisory that the US and the UK, they've been giving to their citizens as regards to the security situation in Nigeria. But this is Nigeria. The minister given same advisory to Nigerians traveling to these countries. Now, not because there is a security situation in the other countries, that's why they are issuing this advisory, but because, robbery. Okay, related to security, right? But I don't know if this should call for an advisory, for a news conference, for the minister to address Nigerians and issuing travel advisory. For me, I think it's laughable. I don't know. But I still have in the studio with me Dr. C.A.J. Chinwo, legal practitioner, public affairs and commentator and writer, Secretary Elders Council, Labour Party, River State, living in Nigeria. And of course, Associate Professor Emmanuel Warner, lecturer, political science, University of Port Harcourt.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Chief Loveday Okere JP, social political analyst, community leader, a member, River State PDP Campaign Council.
It's my pleasure.
Okay, so let me begin with Dr. Chinwo.
Oh.
The advisory.
Well, maybe
you're being robbed.
Like a father will always advise a child, if it meant that by the minister telling Nigerians wherever you go, please hold your passport carefully. I think every minister in every nation does that. You don't hold your passport. I remember when I lost my passport last time, what it cost me to get a renewal.
You lost it in the US or UK?
No, yeah, even in Nigeria. I didn't know. I misplaced it, and it's so within Nigeria. Okay. So talk of if I had traveled abroad and suddenly I lose my passport, I become a person without description. Which nation are you? Evidence. In another country, you have to show the evidence. So if Nigerians travel outside, they should learn to keep their passport. Because even if Americans travel to Nigeria, I think last thing they miss is their passports. They keep it, hold it very tightly. And if it's lost, immediately they run to where their consular services and all that to say, please, so lost his passport. Even though it's of no relevance to somebody else, but it becomes a inhibitory situation for me who don't have it. But the other hand is that when people lose their passports casually, a little flimsily, they begin to ask a question: could there be a deliberate intention for people thinking that this country, quite unfortunately, as beautiful as it is, our leaders have made it that sometimes some Nigerians are feeling that any place is better. I hope that Nigerians don't go and...
As long as it's outside Nigeria.
As long as it's outside Nigeria. I hope that Nigerians don't go and misplace their passport, hoping that will make them be admitted, given asylum in other nations. If you are found not to have a passport to any nation, it doesn't happen that way. So I will side with the minister to say, be very careful. But if the minister is taking that as a propaganda thing, it's a waste of time. It's like saying, when you go to any place, hold your money well. Those are all elementary things to tell anybody. So that's what he meant, thank you, but it's not a matter of propaganda. Because every nation, if you are entirely for propaganda, it's have adverse effect, because it will only mean that your people don't value that which is very important. But the most important document traveling is your passport.
Right.
And the visa allows you to enter the country. So,
all right. Chief Loveday. Chief Loveday,
okay. Just like C.J. Chinwo said, even in Port Harcourt here, if you go to some public places like the eateries, you will see cars parked at honest risk. So even when I traveled to the Middle East some years back, there are certain areas you'll be going to, they will tell you to be very mindful of your valuables. What we'll do that time was that we'll buy a small handbag and hang it, within us, either within our waist or we'll cross it over our shoulder. I remember somebody who lost his passport in Jaffa Market in Jerusalem. Because when you get to Jerusalem, it's just like it's thicker than the Maitre Market. You don't even have space to walk, so they are stealing there like I don't even know. The rate of stealing there is more than what happens in Rumokoro and some other parts of Port Harcourt, even in some areas in Lagos. I'm telling you the truth. So if you ask anybody who has been to Jaffa Market in Jerusalem, they will tell you that. So the people there, they come. In fact, how they will even dip their hand inside your pocket and collect $1, you wouldn't know. How they even they can even cut off that thing you're even tying on your waist. So they warn you, before you are going there. So it's as good as that. It's very primary that when you have your valuables, you hold them very well. When you park your cars, you know where you're parking your car, even in Nigeria here. So that advice is something that anybody can, even as they are coming to this, sometimes you see they raise alarm that don't go to so part of the country in Nigeria. If you must travel to Nigeria, don't go to certain states. Their own ambassador there always say that.
Yes.
So Lai Mohammed have done that which is needful of any every government official to do. just like CJ Simo said, I don't know the kind of propaganda they are going to play with it, but it's
to show that our country is so important.
Yeah, because other countries have been issuing travel advice.
It's a necessary advice that everybody must, act into. Otherwise, nothing much.
Okay, so let me move on to Professor Warner.
Yeah, I think that there is this saying that in local parlance that you don't respond to advice. I think you don't reply advice.
Okay.
And again, they also say advice no because. Well, I think it's a normal thing to do. It's like telling somebody, please, you must eat your food, though. Just eat your food three times a day. Just eat your food and leave. These are the things that are quite usual, And again, if you also misplace your passport, I think the burden is on you, the owner of the passport. It does not in any way affect the government of your country because you have to pass through the process, of acquiring that, passport. So the only thing is on you to ensure that you don't misplace it because you know the consequences they are from. But I think in a way too, I want to also agree with CJ Chunwa because I see somebody who probably is fighting all means to launder image to feed aware Nigeria, since you people can also issue adversaries to your citizens here in the country, let us also do the same thing. And for me, it is such a very, I look at it as very inconsequential. But I was thinking that I think I had, was it yesterday or so, where they were issuing on security threat. There was a public statement made by either himself, the minister, or somebody that Nigerians should be aware of insecurity in UK or something like that. I was thinking that's what we. On that note, if we have such kind of warning, for me it's quite potent.
Okay.
But to say beware of your passport, which ordinarily I know.
So you don't get robbed.
Yeah, I know that if I misplace it or somebody takes it from me, I will bear the consequences. So I don't need anybody to begin to make public statement to me that. So for me, just one of those public statements in Nigeria.
Okay.
Maybe it's very possible that the passports are now attractive to the rogues or criminals within India.
We don't know about that.
We don't know. We are just
so maybe the security, the government agencies may have a first class information
that
so
we don't
have. You just want to feel that Nigeria is caring for.
Or could it be that people steal Nigerian passport, commit crime, and drop Nigerian passport? Since Nigerian, maybe that's what the minister is intending. People who will steal your passport, go and commit crime,
and then they will attribute it to Nigerians.
And they say Nigeria. Maybe that's what the minister is saying that.
Okay.
But immigration says that hold their passport very firmly for whatever reason. Well, thank you for saying that actually because whatever.
All right, moving on. Better days ahead. PDP assures Nigerians. Okay, better days ahead. PDP assures Nigerians, and this is a. This is another headline from the Vanguard newspaper. The People's Democratic Party PDP in Delta has assured that better fortunes awaited Nigerians when it would return to power in the country after the 2023 elections. Now, speaking at the word-to-word campaign in Ward 4, 5, 6, and 7, and 8 in Ibusa, Oshimili North local government area, the vice chairman of the party in Delta North Senatorial District, Mr. Moses Edu, said Nigerians had suffered enough under the inept All Progressives Congress led federal government. Now, he said the party was hopeful of victory for its Rescue Nigeria mission and urged the people of Ibusa to vote out the APC and return all candidates of the party in the 2023 general elections. Okay. Now, this is the opposition party which had been in power for years, saying that, well, better days are ahead, come 2023, after the 2023 elections, when the PDP would get back in power, there would be better days waiting for Nigerians. I don't know if really the PDP can assure Nigerians of better days come 2023 and going forward. Professor Wanda.
Yes. Well, you see, sometimes I get worried, when public officers make some vacuous statements, that mock the internet. Now, let's look at the realities on ground. First of all, Delta State, that's where the statement is coming from.
Yeah.
It's been, it's a PDP state. The governor is a PDP person. And I just want to ask, what is the standard of living of average Delta in Delta State? What is the level of development since the assumption of the governor of that state, Okowa, from PDP? What has the life of the average Deltans in Delta State transformed, so that we now use that as a benchmark to say, well, going by what is happening in Delta State, so if you give PDP another opportunity, we are going to see something much, much better. And again, I ask, when will that time come? Is it when this generation must have died of hunger and starvation? I don't understand how people can do. I don't know whether they are trying to insult the sensibility of Nigerians. They are thinking that we are not actually sensitive to the goings on in our political space. I don't get it, because if you look at what is happening in Delta State, I don't think average Delta will say yes, they can beat their chest and say, well, we have arrived, it's Uhuru for us, thumbs up for the governor. I hear sometimes that even I think it's the Delta, they are owing arrears of salaries to civil servants and stuff like that, so where is the magic wand going to come from? Is it only when you assume the position at the center that you can begin to manifest all that? I don't understand. So I think it's important for us to begin to look at the credibility of those who dish out public statements, and then see how cogent and potent these statements are, with regard to the realities on ground. You don't just come, because you are being blindfolded by ethnic political sentiments and the partisan politics. You don't want to align what you're saying with the realities on ground. We have started PDP for over 16 years. And Nigerians cannot say that, well, we have done enough now. And from the look of things in terms of the politics, politics that have been revolving around the same personalities, the same group of persons who have been there for the past 16 years.
Moving one party to another.
Yes, moving from one party to the other. Are the same people now. There's not been any change remarkably. The Not Too Young to Rule Act is just there. It's just a constitutional exercise. It has not come to stay in terms of full implementation and enforcement. So, when did they get the baptism? When was the baptism? Is it in River Jordan? When were they baptized? To say, well, we are now a new creature. All things have gone away. So the Bible wants us to believe.
Yes, we
so we still have the same mentality. We still have the same people. And if you have the same mentality, the same people, I wonder how the change can come. Because first of all, you need to separate yourself. There should be a transformation at the level of, your emotional and psychological disposition, at the level of your understanding of the yearnings and aspirations of the people, and of course at the level of trying to see how you can meet the felt needs of the people. We're here to see that. In fact, there's a very dangerous disconnect between what people in politics in Nigeria, most of them, not all of them anyway, do and what they say. So I find it difficult to believe that statement that PDP will bring the much desired change and uhuru in this country, when for the past 60 years they've been there. I want to be fair to some of them who in one way or the other are trying their best, but I think that it is important for us to understand that as a people we need to change our orientation, we need to change our mindset. You see, when people talk about restructuring, it's not only about the political structure in terms of the inequities in the political system, but also it has to do, more importantly, about the mindset about changing the orientation, reorientating ourselves, trying to change those hostile value system prevalent in our society, and then trying to see also that we don't see the states and these institutions as a means of amassing wealth, because that actually is a very strong bane of our society. Until we begin to have ourselves divorced from these ills of the society, then we cannot be sure, we cannot take that person by his words that PDP is going to transform this.
All right, you've loved your career. Better days are ahead. PDP assures Nigerians. Do you believe this? Do you think that PDP will return and then take the country, Nigeria, to the promised land?
Well, Faustina, every human being, even as a politics, believe that better days are always ahead.
Okay.
Must be very positive in our thinking. And if you're a thinking person, if you're a thinking political party, if you're a thinking group in Nigeria, must have this positive mindset that better days are ahead, considering the experiences we've had over time in this country. So I don't want to begin to make comparisons, positive and negative comparisons between APC and the PDP that has had their sway in leadership in this country. Because why it will be a little bit difficult is that majority of the people who were in PDP transformed to APC. Just majority of them, except few, maybe President Muhammad Buhari and few others who have not been members of PDP. But majority of the ministers, majority of the people in government has been there in PDP. So it's just a matter of ideologies and what is happening at a particular time and season. Otherwise, the characters are almost the same. But my worry is the quarter where this statement is coming from. Delta State. Yes, that is my worry. Associate Prof. Owunas asked a question whether there has been a tremendous change or if there anything that looks to near I don't want to even say near perfection, because there's nothing close to near perfection in Delta State. Is there anything that is close to that which is acceptable in terms of dividends of democracy that is coming out from Delta State, that will set as a standard or basis for which that we shall be hopeful that there are better days ahead? Recently, because of the maybe altercation in PDP, we were able to know that Delta State received close to 90 billion naira. Just it was as a free money that was forgotten over years to the state, that was arrears paid from federal government. Governor Wike said he just received his, and that is why he is able to, even when he has less than 6 months to end his administration, he's still awarding projects, because that money just came. It was not part of the regular allocation. It just a money that was just came to them, and that this is what he's doing with his own. And I was surprised last night when I had one of the spokespersons for PDP, in the person of Charles. Is it? I can't remember the name, but Charles.
Delta Commissioner of Information.
Yes. No. Yes. Commissioner. Thank you. The spokesman in the Atiku campaign organization, saying that they didn't receive the money. That the money they got is that he made reference to something. So I can't remember that now. I was like, are you serious? So these are the kind of persons that are telling us that there are better days ahead. So if there's anybody that can even say that there are better days ahead, is the person of Nyesom Wike, who have practically shown, even though he has not given all that is required, even though he has his own flaws as a human being, nobody is perfect. But Nyesom Wike has been able to show that, look, my choice of governance that has to do with infrastructural development is doing well there. Very, very perfect. Now, if you are a governor in Delta State, what area of developmental choice have you chosen to give to Delta State people? We watch television. I have never seen people of Delta State coming to commend him to say this and that the governor have done. Instead, you will see them cry. The pensioners are crying. The people are crying about bad road. The people are crying about everything in Delta State.
And that's the vice presidential candidate.
Thank you very much. So for me, I'm thinking that he should have been, more of action than speaking now, so that we'll see some of those good things coming out through his action and not by words, because he has been a senator for years in Delta State. He was a local government chairman. He was a member of House of Rep. Today, he's a 2-term governor of Delta State. So he has no excuse whatsoever to Delta people and Nigeria. And he's making a statement that there are better days. When he has opportunities to actually showcase his talent in governance, and he failed the people of Delta State. So for me, that statement, yes, I'm positive, I'm optimistic that there are better days ahead. But if it is coming from Delta State, then there is no hope for Nigeria.
All right, Dr. Chiwo, let's get your take on the matter.
Well, good, better, best.
Yes.
It's always a trend we learn from primary school. The unfortunate thing is that after the race, you count the mile and find out whether you have been running. You have been running, no?
Yes,
we're running forward or backward.
Backward.
And then, and again, if you are the one assessing yourself, every student, prof is here, will mark himself A. But the lecturer who knows the marking scheme and what was taught and what is expected will give the marking. And there's something Chief touched on, which I like the way he presented it. Unfortunately, it is so. Leaders choose what they want to do, which is wrong. But that's what will happen. Let me start from, since he was speaking for sharing Nigerians, not Delta people. So I take it that he was speaking on the vice president from there. Unfortunately, what PDP have been doing, it seems to be choose one thing. Chike, when he was in PDP, he chose to build schools and health centers. Did he do it well? Yes. Nobody can deny that. When Omeya came, Omeya chose to do Elio's flyover and Oyime flyover crossing. Did he do it? Yes, he paid for it. Even though I heard that Wike Amaechi is claiming that it's part of his own plan.
No, it was
Omeya. So what I'm saying, you start it this way. Then Wike has come
he remodeled Kanti Grammar School.
Wike has come to say, I'm going to build 12 tower flyover. Has he done it? He has done it well. But the question is, the people that elected you to serve, they are the people who will mark you. What would they say? Now come to River State, the people.
We're talking about Delta State.
No, Nigeria.
You will soon go back to Delta State.
And let me also make it clear. All of us only travel to other places. Yes, we're
talking about Delta State.
You understand?
Yes.
All of us only travel to other places. The place we are resident.
I just wanted to remind him.
Chief here is resident in River State. I keep saying, if every state does what it should for its people, Nigeria will have less complaints. How many of us go to Abuja a year? And of course, if Nigeria were Abuja, I don't know how many Nigerians will travel, will do Japa. Because you see construction, you see wide road, you see this, you see that. We don't have it. So now I come back to my River State. My governor has tried in this area, but you see there are areas where with Nigerians, people are not employed. Those who are employed are not promoted. For 8 years, I used to be a lecturer in River State University.
We're talking about Delta State now.
PDP
because PDP is assuring us of a better
us. You see, PDP will have becoming jittery now. PDP will have become jittery. So, for here in River State, 8 years I was a lecturer, and you are not promoted. If you are promoted, you are the same salary. Senior lecturer, any lecturer, one salary. Some are not promoted. Pensioners are crying. So better days are, and then my problem is that those who are coming and saying we are going to continue
from where?
From what happens to stop. So how can it be better now? It means that Nigerian workers, and it's not only River State though. River State is maybe even better sometimes because Benue State, which is one of the boys of Governor Abia State, they are hearing of 10 months of salaries unpaid. And if anybody now comes that you are going to do better than that one, the question now, what kind of better now? Is it like Rehoboam said, if my father used my one cane, I will use rod. If you use finger, I will use scorpion. So it's still better. What are we talking about? So PDP, APC, sorry, we are happy that we have an alternative So in a sense, better days, yes, because there's hope now.
Okay.
But like Charlie Boy said, if it was between PDP and APC, it would have been between Otapiapia and sniper. But thank God we have an alternative. So Nigerians, I want to quote that man: "Better days ahead," but it's not from PDP, it's not from APC.
So
yes.
You are showing us of a better days
ahead. Oh, I am assuring.
Not from PDP, not from APC.
In Rivers State here, Labour parties are assuring of better days ahead, for instance, and also in Nigeria.
Okay, all right. Oh my God, where that is coming from? Okay, so moving on to another story now on the show, and just a moment. Okay, technology right now. Okay, another one from the Guardian newspaper right here. Just a moment. Let me call up that story now. Okay, so it's about attacks on facilities, INEC facilities. The story from The Guardian says, attacks on facilities troubling won't deter us from conducting credible polls. INEC vows. Despite the repeated attacks on the facilities of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, the commission has assured Nigerians, I mean, everybody's assuring us now, Nigerians, that the frenzied attacks won't deter it from conducting free, fair and credible polls in 2023. INEC Chairman Professor Mahmoud Yakubu gave the assurance yesterday during the visit of the African Union Special Pre-Electoral Political Mission to the Commission in Abuja. While expressing concern over the incessant attacks on its local government offices across the states, Yakubu said INEC would recover its losses. Recall that within the space of 3 weeks, 3 attacks were carried out on INEC local government facilities in Ogun, Osun, and Ebonyi states, with the latest occurring on Sunday. Now, Yakubu said in the 3 attacks, though there are no casualties, quite a number of the materials required and delivered for the 2023 elections have been lost. Okay, so some materials have been lost, but INEC is still assuring that despite the attacks, they're going to deliver credible, free, fair elections for Nigerians. And it is really worrisome that INEC offices, local offices have been attacked. To what end? I really do not know, but then it's really troubling, and it's something that we need to talk about and something we need to look into. So I'm going to begin with Dr. Chinwo.
It's really troubling as INEC for everybody, because I would have thought that INEC should be the last place anybody would want to attack. If you want change, INEC is the agency that can organize the election for the change to happen. If you If you want the status quo to continue, INEC is also the organization that will give you opportunity to go and say so. INEC is not the one that has made the economy to be as bad as it is. INEC is not the one that is oppressing people. INEC is not those that are looting money and wasting it into our sin. So it's Exxon why, whether they are hoodlums, whether they are whoever buried the person, I think that INEC shouldn't be the place organization to attack at all. Let us stop. I wish they can hear us, but I understand that sometimes these hoodlums have radios in the bush. Let them know that they shouldn't attack INEC. INEC should be the agency we should all protect.
Right.
Because they are the ones that on that day, without arm, without anything, they will give me my vote, my ballot paper. And they will give me the cubicle where I will go and vote, and they will accredit me, and I go and vote and say this evil man should go or this good man should remain. So we shouldn't attack INEC. It doesn't make sense. I didn't mean that they say, okay, we are keeping INEC also, in addition to ballot papers and others, stores Nigerian money. Maybe. INEC doesn't. I didn't say INEC beyond the election organizes employment and refuse to. No. So it is wrong. But maybe the other thing is that we also remind INEC that no matter how you are good, there are those who don't like you. But now that INEC are kept re-emphasizing that whether you like it or not, beavers will be there. There are those who are thinking that if they can destroy INEC facilities, there will be no beavers. They will not have incident form. And they are thinking that the way to do it is to burn INEC down. Why? now we are hearing the policemen and security. They're all over all over the place, scatter, but doing the wrong thing. Where you have one politician is guided by 20 policemen, some with him in the house, some on the road. Why can't there be 20 policemen guarding INEC offices? At least at the headquarters. And say if you have 5 to 10 in local government, this is would occur.
Okay.
But so they should secure them. The security agency should rise up to their responsibility and do what they should and protect INEC as a very vital agency of government. It's more important to INEC is more important to us than offices occupied by politicians.
Okay. I mean, in a time where we've had stolen PVCs and all of those and different attacks on INEC offices, like you said, some people are not. They're against the beavers because, if the beavers comes now, it would be a way of deterring them from rigging elections, and so they would want to go all out to make sure that they protect their interests. Okay, so I'm going to come on to Chief Laude. Okay.
Yes, you see, anything you do in Nigeria, people must try to look for a way to see how they can sabotage it. And why it baffles me most is that if you take a random sampling on where INEC offices has received much attack in recent time is in the southeast. If you take percentages of INEC offices that has been under attack, majority is inside, it may be few in the northeast.
So we're talking Ogun, Osun, Enugu.
I'm not saying it didn't happen everywhere, but I say where they are mostly attacked.
Majority.
And southeast is the people that are looking for change through P2B. That people that want this presidency most now through Labour Party P2B. And they would have been the people that would have safeguarded or secure INEC offices to make sure that people have their PVCs. The last time when INEC office was attacked at was it Enugu also? I learned over INEC said they lost close to 500 or something PVCs. What if they do not print fresh ones within the period before the election?
So many people are going to be disenfranchised.
So the people are going to be disenfranchised.
Yeah.
So people should reason. Or does it mean that these people are being sponsored from other states to come and attack INEC offices in Southeast so that it will affect the number of voters in those areas? I don't get it. So INEC themselves must collaborate very, very well with security agencies to guide INEC offices very, very well. I know that during the election or even now, if you go to INEC head office here in Aba Road, you will see APC vehicles there, you will see policemen there. So if they are there 24 hours, it will be very difficult for anybody to come and attack them easily. So I'm sure that where these attacks are mostly within the local those offices are in local government headquarters, because if you go there you can't even see a single policeman guarding the INEC office, so anybody can just go there and do whatever. Meanwhile, just go to any event that attracts VIPs, you will see 3 to 4 loads of security agencies following one man. You can't even hear because of siren. So we must restructure some of these things in this country, restructure our ways, trying to secure our institutions, secure the public, because by securing our institution and the public, we are securing even the VIP.
All right.
Because if the environment is not conducive for the criminal to operate, he will not even have a way to attack a VIP. After all, recently here some days back, I learned somebody was kidnapped on top of Rumokoro Bridge,
yes,
in the heart of town of Port Harcourt. So it's a security lapse. Even when there were policemen, escorting the particular VIP. So security is all about intelligence. It's not for you to get relaxed, and the most important thing is for you to see how you can make money with your uniform on the road. So for me, so many things need to be done. And anybody who is thinking that burning INEC office, just like the INEC said, will stop election, the person is wasting his time.
Okay.
Otherwise, you are changing yourself, because you are going to reduce interest of voters in that area. You are going to disenfranchise persons that will lose their PVCs as a result of the setting ablaze of INEC office. So the best thing for you to do now, if you need a change, better protect INEC office so that people will have their PVCs and vote for their candidate of choice to enable you get that the person that you think should represent you. Not just the president, but House of Reps, Senate, assemblies and even the state governors.
Okay, Professor Warner.
Yeah, Faustina, we are told that I think that was it Chuna Achebe when he said, in those days when men were men and women were married by those who deserve them. Cyprian, thank you very much. In those days, INEC is like an umpire. It's like somebody who has gone to separate two people fighting. And then, like I said, in those days, when you go to separate a fight, sincerely, if the other person mistakenly gives you the punch, you'll be so sorry. I don't know if you have seen that kind of thing. You'll be so sorry. I'm sorry that I hit you that. I wanted to kill that man there, And because you are doing that sincerely and the kind of reputation you have, sometimes you don't even, as soon as the two people see you and they recognize you are this man. If not for this man, it has been like that. And that's because you have what it takes. You have the integrity. You have the personality. You are sincere in what you're doing. But in as much as I would not support the destruction of INEC office or attack, but see, INEC too has to also redeem its image. We are told that INEC is supposed to be independent, and that's why it's called Independent National Electoral Commission. Within the democracy discourse, it is believed that one of the conditions for us to have free, fair, and credible election is that we must have an independent electoral body which serves as an umpire, as an unbiased referee. But unfortunately, what
emphasis
do we see?
On the unbiased.
Exactly. Unfortunately, what do we see these days? We have instances where it appears INEC, is also partisan. It appears INEC has compromised, and so what it means that the confidence the people have on them seem to have eroded away, and that is why most people don't even believe on the capability and credibility of INEC. Especially, I recall that the late Musa Yar'Adua, before he died, shortly after his election, he told Nigerians, to the amazement of Nigerians, that, look, the process that brought me is faulty. He said that. And so that also necessitated setting up the Ways Commission for electoral reforms. And that commission met and did what it did and came up with recommendations. And one of the recommendations is that, look, the appointment of INEC chair and all the other should be done by Judicial Service Commission. But surprisingly again, almost all the other recommendations were, executed, but this one
was ignored.
It is ignored. So that rings a bell. A situation where the president appoints the electoral chairman, INEC chairman, appoints a reg. That was the time it was problem when Honorable Onache was appointed. A lot of people were shouting. Thank God she has been moved to NDDC. And people are also shouting.
Yes.
So you see, the point I'm making is that if you must be an umpire, live up to expectation.
Okay.
Cleanse yourself. Ask yourself questions. Look inwards. And let INEC sanitize itself.
All right. We'll go on a short break. The news update will come up in just a moment, and we'll be right back thereafter.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Hello, good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I'm Faustina Oputu. The federal government has approved the commencement of a 14-working-day paternity leave for federal civil servants. The head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Folashade Yemieson, announced this in a circular dated 25th November 2022. The head of service of the Federation and said the move was in line with the provisions of the Public Service Rules 2021 edition. The circular noted that the 14 days leave for male civil servants shall not be more than once in 2 years, and it's for maximum of 4 children. President Muhammadu Buhari has promised to leave a legacy of free and fair elections in Nigeria and the West African sub-region at large. The Nigerian leader will finish his second term next year and has reiterated his desire to conduct a hitch-free election, adding that the country is committed to a stable West Africa. He said this yesterday at the 2022 second ordinary session of the ECOWAS Parliament in Abuja. The position of the president was contained in a statement issued by his spokesman, Femi Adesina. Business owners at the timber market in Mile 3 Port Harcourt who were affected during the 2016 fire incident have called on the state government to fulfill the 200 million naira promise it made to them 6 years ago. Chairman of Timber Traders in Mile 3 Market, Benjamin, in an interview with Today FM's Sandra Kenneth, their businesses and improved their livelihood. He revealed that some of the traders have remained in business in the past 6 years.
Today's issues.
Every day for redemption camp kilometer.
Are you a fan of world-class hospitality who always desire top-notch comfort, style, luxury, quality service delivery, uninterrupted power supply, and 24/7 internet connectivity? If yes is your answer, then we have good news for you. Golden Chili Port Harcourt Hotel is a 4-star international brand hotel strategically located in 35 Woke Street, off Abacha Road, GRA, Phase 3, Port Harcourt. At Golden Chili Port Harcourt Hotel, we offer our customers a wide range of bespoke hospitality service options that fit their respective choices. Please call us on 070-2546-1378 or 070-4235-5124. You can also call us on 070-5777-7780. Do you know that you can enjoy a 30% discount on our weekend rates? Send us an email on sm@goldenchiliportharcourt.com. Visit us on social media, Facebook Golden Chili Port Harcourt Hotel, at GTPHC, Instagram at Golden Chili Port Harcourt. Golden Chili Port Harcourt Hotel. Playtime anytime.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Six minutes gone past 10 a.m. You're still listening to Today 95.1 FM. I've got a guest in the studio, Messiah from Govin Properties. Good morning.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good
One
morning.
like you're the Messiah coming to save people.
Yeah.
You know, so what message do you have for the people?
First of all, good morning and Merry Christmas that has not reached. That's why we came here today to the studio.
I think this is the very first time I'm here.
Properties is a real estate company registered in Nigeria here with the sole aim to making sure that people can afford land. That is why we have come into business.
Okay, so tell us a little bit about this Govin Properties. How long have you been in existence? And
Govin Properties has been in business for a couple of years now. We've been doing this business for a couple of years now, but
close to a decade, more than a decade.
No, not up to a decade yet, but we're working towards that. And the name Govin is actually a Hebrew word for trust.
Oh.
Yeah, so that is why, yes, like I said, we are bringing Christmas close to the people. We're actually here for our promotion that we are actually doing at Garden Estate. This is also behind the newly commissioned River State University. This one is going for 750,000 just at that Abara. We also have another beautiful one. This is not in Abara, this is in Ipo.
Okay.
This one is called Green City Estate. Green City Estate, and this one we're selling it for 800,000 naira only. And this is just the promo price. So all this price I'm calling just the promo price. We also have another one we call King's Court Estate. This one is in Abara, 650,000 naira. Then if you love nature, you like nature, then this Golden City Estate is for you. And this one is just adjacent the newly commissioned River State University campus in Abara, HA. This one is going for 750,000 naira. Now, all these estates, people will ask, why different prices? We know this one is behind this university. This one is also behind this
the
university.
So why different prices?
It's because we have different features in all our properties.
Okay, so what are some of the features?
We have like this one I said that's close to nature. We have a green area, and this estate is designed purely to be residential, though we have commercial areas in this one, but it's limited compared to others. So we're having this nature feel in the design of this estate. We're having this nature feel where you have nature, you be close to nature, beautiful trees. We're having mini zoo and all that to make the place beautiful for this particular estate. So other ones too, we have where it's residential and it's also commercial in that same estate. So but this particular estate is designed with that feature in mind, that we have nature.
Okay,
Yes.
so there are a lot of real estate companies flying here and there.
Yes.
So aside giving your name Govin, which is trust,
Yes.
what is that reason, that spectacular reason why people should invest with your company, Govin Properties Limited?
Like I said before, Govin Estate, Govin Properties is actually
the issues that you think, okay, because some people get lands and then at the end of the day, community members will come to say, well, this land, we don't know how you got it. This is our community. And what are you doing to ensure that cases like that do not come up?
Okay, before we got into this real estate business, we've first of all identified the problem, the hassles that has to do with land acquisition. And these issues has always been when you buy a property, you're not sure who the real owners are. Then you pay here, then next thing you go to pay here. That is why we've come to business, to actually remove those hassles and to make sure that you get properties from the genuine people. Before we actually acquire a property from either a community or a family, we do what we call vetting.
Okay.
We get the coordinates, go vet with all the relevant agencies that is actually concerned with that. Then after that, we go further to do our own personal investigation, not just saying this land is yours, like maybe community. We go further to check with the ministries. Then after that, we come to the family and the community to make sure that we clear everything. It's not everything I will come on air and tell you our business way of operating, but we've done all that, and we are registered with the government, all relevant agencies. So it's something you can verify. It's not just telling you word of mouth. It's something you can verify.
Okay, so how long is this promo going to last?
Yes, this promotion is actually going to last from now till this January 31st. And the promotion actually, apart from the price that we are bringing down, we are also giving people cost to celebrate this Christmas. Now we're giving
sharing bags of rice.
Yes, we are. If you buy a plot of
Did
land,
you come with one?
you have to come to the office for that.
It's all right.
Now we have if you're buying 1 to 2 plots, we are giving a bag of rice.
Okay.
We also have a bag of rice and a live goat. We are even going as far as giving a live cow if you subscribe to that package. So it's something that everybody will want to. And the land is still yours, and you're going home with a bag of rice, goat, and if you subscribe to the live cow, you go home with one live cow to go and celebrate Christmas with your loved ones and even with your whole community. Yeah.
Okay. Initially, you said if I earn 5,000 naira, I'll be able to acquire a property. How does that work?
Yeah, we have a different payment plan. We have flexible payment plan. We have 0 to 3 months. There's outright payment, or you can spread. You can pay a particular amount and wait, then spread the rest over 3 months and still pay the same amount. Yes, and we also have 6 months plan. We have 1 year plan. Now you say you earn a little. you mentioned the figure, but you have to come to the office. So we work out a payment plan for you that is suitable for you, but not 5,000.
When I said 5,000, I said yes. But now you're saying with 5,000.
No. What I actually meant by that is for everybody.
Okay, it's for everybody.
Yes.
All right. So, do you have numbers that?
Yes, our office address is at Deborah Lawson's office, Deborah Lawson's house, Abacha Road. Deborah Lawson's house, Abacha Road by Jari, beside Chicken Republic. If you're coming from Ajib, just Ajib Junction, you just get to Chicken Republic there. Just see Deborah Lawson's house there. That's our office is. And our phone number is 0704 82 81 219. 0704 82 81 219. And also, these properties we are talking about, buying them, you're not paying anything. You're not paying bush entry. You're not paying inspection fee. You're not paying for deed of conveyance. As a matter of fact, we're giving you a complimentary registered survey plan and also a free deed of conveyance to actually convey our right to the property to you. Like I said, it's something that you can keep for generation. That's why I said we're also making sure that people can keep what inheritance for future generations.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Finally.
Finally.
Yes. Finally.
Okay. Finally, we're also doing instant allocation. Once you subscribe to us, we are allocating you instantly. We are showing you the property, and our inspections are free. Come to our office, Deborah Lawson's house, Abacha Road, beside Chicken Republic. Deborah Lawson's house, Abacha Road, beside Chicken Republic at Abacha Road. And our phone number still remains 0704 8281 219. I take that again, 0704 8281 219. Inspection days are Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, and inspections are free of charge.
Okay.
And also, this university I'm talking about has been commissioned and is starting operation by January.
Right.
So I urge everybody to key into this promotion while it lasts.
Okay.
It will end January 31st.
Okay.
Subscribe to it. Get a live goat, get chicken,
All right.
bag of rice, and the live cow.
All right. Thank you so much for coming in, Messiah.
Thank you.
All right.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Hello, listeners. This is Signal Information Technology Center in collaboration with Gerolife Farms, presenting an IT/agro training. By the grace of God, this is our 134th training, which has impacted lots of lives positively in the past 11 years. Lots of testimonies, and most of our attendants are now very informed with profitable business ideas and are self-employed. In this financial training, very clean, durable Tokumbo laptops will be available on sale for as low as 30,000 naira and above. Come with cash to purchase any of these laptops at the venue of the training. These laptops also have warranty, and we will be glad to assist on that regard. Other items that will be sold at the training venue are as follows: our brand new recharge card printing activation code, 25,000 naira. Computer accessories such as universal modems, flash drives, mouse, external DVD drive, 3-in-1 printer that can scan, print and photocopy, 55,000 naira. Video CD on how to install CCTV camera, 1,000 naira. CD on how to set up an egg production business, 1,000 naira. Aspects of this financial training include how to set up a lucrative recharge card printing business, how to buy old digital assets on your own and earn massively, CCTV installation/networking, steps to set up an egg production business and generate profits, catfish production farming, and how to get loan of 3 to 5 million naira. Now let me explain in detail aspects of this financial training. Recharge card printing business. After years of research and brainstorming several reliable recharge card printing options, we have finally succeeded in developing an interface via which anyone can print recharge cards instantly by using our recharge card printing activation code. Our newly developed recharge card printing activation code enables users to print all denomination and network of recharge cards conveniently using their mobile phones or laptop. The recharge card printing activation code costs 50,000 naira at our office, but we will be selling for 25,000 naira only at the training. You also get instant e-pins at the cheapest rate you can ever imagine. In this training, you will learn how to start printing recharge cards on your own with a mobile phone or laptop. Any mobile phone with Bluetooth and wireless can be used. A printer and our recharge card printing activation code. Wireless printers will be available for sale at the training venue for 55,000 naira. Come with cash to purchase any of these items and start business right away. We will conduct live practical using our printer and our recharge card printing activation code to print recharge cards and share randomly to attendants. It will be practically done. The good thing about this update is that you don't need to pay any registration fee with any of the telecommunication network. All you need is our brand new recharge card printing activation code, which costs 25,000 naira. More so, with our recharge card printing activation code, you can now access our portal to buy data bundles, pay electricity bills, cable TV payments such as DSTV, GoTV, StarTimes, and so on at distributorship rates, highly discounted, so you can make profits in return. These services can be done in the comfort of your home or office. Come and learn how to earn massively, becoming a major distributor in recharge card. How to buy old digital assets on your own and earn massively. Digital assets are files created electronically and that exist as data held on a computer system or mobile device. In this regard, our interest is on digital financial instruments. There are lots of digital assets online with great value of interest. In this training, you will learn how to buy old digital assets such as Doge, BNB, Cardano, HOT, Swipe, Compound, XRP, Stellar, Tron, Chainlink, Luna, Polkadot, and many others. Buy and hold any of these digital assets for 6 months or 1 year or even 2 years. You can buy and sell digital assets such as USDT Tether, Perfect Money, Doge, and gift cards on our website at www.zitcexchange.com. I repeat, www.zitcexchange.com, or at our Port Harcourt office at 74 Aba Road, opposite Government Craft Center, beside Wema Bank, Port Harcourt. You can also chat with us via WhatsApp on 091 317 41835. I repeat, 091 317 41835. This is our WhatsApp contact. CCTV installation / networking. CCTV is a system that allows you to keep an eye on what's going in and around your business. Cameras and monitors enables you to view events live and record archive footage for later reference. Training on how to install CCTV camera at our office usually costs around 150,000 naira, but we have decided to teach at this forthcoming training for free. You will also learn how to view your home and business place with your phone from any part of the world. Steps in setting up an egg production business and generate profits. Come and learn the requirements in setting up an egg production business, that is poultry. Do you have capital and in search of a very lucrative business to plug into? Then choose layer farming. This is one business that generates profits like you are packing osusu. With 3.5 million, you can set up a 1,000 capacity layer farm using battery cages for egg production, and you can be sure of generating 180 to 240,000 naira profit monthly within the next 18 months. After the laying period, birds can be sold off as old layers at a whopping sum of 1,800 naira per bed or even more. Now let's assume 900 birds were left after laying for 18 months. That will amount to about 1,620,000 naira profits from bird sales. It is a win-win in this business. Demand for egg is high and you can be sure of selling off your produce every day. We can help with supply of battery cages, birds to your farm farm if you have an existing space. No experience is needed on how to raise your beds. We will teach you the best option to take and start reaping profits within the next 2 months of your investment. You will also learn how to start raking huge profits on boiler farming by simply raising boiler chicks from day old to 7 weeks, then sell. This is also a highly profitable business idea. Catfish production farming. Introduction to catfish farming and how to start with tarpaulin and egg pond and maximize profits. This business doesn't require much expenses, but it's highly profitable. Come to this training to learn how to set up a catfish farm using tarpaulin, even in the comfort of your home or a given space. Now, lastly, how to get loan of 3 to 5 million naira. In this training, we will introduce diverse ways you can acquire loan. The good thing about this loan is that it's very convenient to pay. You pay monthly 10% of what is collected within 6 months. These loans can only be achieved by participants who attend our training. Training fee and soft copy materials cost 4,000 naira only. This training will hold in Port Harcourt on Friday 2nd and Saturday 3rd December, and it's for everyone, including those who don't have any computer knowledge. To be part of Friday training, which is on Friday 2nd December, kindly SMS Friday to 091 317 41835. I repeat, to be part of Friday training, which is on 2nd December, kindly SMS Friday to 091 317 41835. To be part of Saturday training, which is on Saturday 3rd December, kindly SMS Saturday to 091 317 41835. I repeat, kindly SMS Saturday to 091 317 41835. Venue for this training is Park Hotel, opposite flyover, Rumola Junction, Aba Road. Venue once again is Park Hotel, opposite flyover, Rumola Junction, Aba Road, Port Harcourt. You will be registered immediately we receive your SMS. Cost of training fee and soft copy materials 4,000 naira. Time 10 a.m. prompt. The first 20 participants to register on the day
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
And we're back.
Minutes past 10 a.m. Still listening to today's quest on Today 95.1 FM. And it was a long break, but we're back now. And we'll just go straight into the opinion poll segment of the show. But before then, do well to send your text messages and WhatsApp messages in to the number 0701-933-9962. That is 0701-933-9962. And you can head over to Facebook. The post for the opinion poll is up there, so you can drop a comment there. I would go there and read your comments. And of course, for the newspaper review, go there and drop a comment. Reference the story that you are commenting on, so it will make it easier for us to understand. So just go there, Today95.1 FM on Facebook, and drop a comment right there. Remember that I still have with me Dr. C.A.J. Chinwo, legal practitioner, public affairs commentator and writer, Secretary, Elders Council, Labour Party, River State, living in Nigeria. I like that part, living in Nigeria. And I wanted to ask, why add the living in Nigeria? We're all living in Nigeria.
No, it's a special qualification. And it requires some quality to live in Nigeria. I'm happy, and some of us are also very proud of living in Nigeria, or happy to live in Nigeria.
Okay, so
there are those who, like Chief, they can't help it. Otherwise, they would have chosen other places.
That's not correct.
Okay.
I had a notion of being in Canada. My father forced me
to
go to Canada.
Yes, immediately I finished.
But you decided to be in Nigeria.
So I decided to be in Nigeria. I told him that if anybody outside Nigeria can make it, I will make it. Okay. So, in fact, my father wanted me to school abroad in Canada. At a point, I was convinced and effort was there, but something happened somehow. That was early 90s, and I couldn't travel.
Early 90s.
Yes.
So let's just say if the situation were to be now,
I will still remain in Nigeria.
I've
already made it in Nigeria. So what else?
What else?
If I can survive here, I can. In fact, I will fly any other part of the world.
Okay.
So we'll all die here in this country.
Not all. Some people are. They are big dream every day.
Japan now, but we are here. We are landlords.
Okay, Prof. Do you have intentions of Japan also, or you're proud patriotic Nigerian?
Yeah, I am a proud patriotic Nigerian, but I think
there's a but.
Yes, wow. I think that we need to put our hands on deck. So that we can make this place the home we deserve.
Okay.
Otherwise,
you will Japan.
Yes. Honestly.
All right. Okay, so let's get on to the opinion poll segment of today's quest, and I'm going to read the story, and then I have a question I'll definitely put out there. It's from the Vanguard newspaper, and it says Buhari will hand over safer country. That's according to the presidency. Okay, so the presidency said yesterday that President Muhammadu Buhari has done enough to leave a safer nation. Nigeria has been battling a myriad of security challenges across all parts of the country, with banditry and kidnapping for ransom, among other violent crimes. Now, Special Advisor to the President on Media and Publicity, Femi Adesina, who stated this on Channels Television's program Politics Today on Sunday night, said he was not moved by the recent wave of migration, saying many Nigerians had always wanted to leave the country. He said the security situation in the country was better now than it was when the president assumed power in 2015. He said, no doubt about it, it would leave a safer country. When he came in 2015, you could not be sure Nigeria would exist in the next 1 month. As of 2015, what was happening was that nobody could confidently say that Nigeria would be on the map in the following next week, month, or year. But we saw that he came and took the battle to the insurgents. When he came, the insurgency was the main thing, and he took the battle to them. Then it became Hydra-headed banditry, kidnapping for ransom, cultism, and separatist agitations joined. How many challenges can one administration really confront? Big question. That's the issue with Buhari, the Buhari administration. From day one till now, it was from one challenge to the other. Additional mentioning that the government had done much to curtail the challenges and would end on a high note. Now, I would love for us to begin by taking a retrospective look at the security situation before this administration came on board. And the situation now, right now, at the moment, the security situation at the moment. And now, do you think that with all of that being considered, Prof, yes. I'll begin with you.
Okay.
Considering everything that needs to be considered, looking at it, the security situation retrospectively before this administration and the situation at hand at the moment, do you think the president is going to hand over a safer nation to the next administration?
I don't think. And I think it's one of those...
I mean, the spokesman said the presidency took the battle to the insurgents and all of those things.
Yeah,
you
he
don't
may
think
have done that, but what is the result of that battle? If I just went to the insurgents with a club and just waved at it at them, what is the result of that? I mean, it's one of those vacuous statements that mock the intellect.
Once
and
again.
I know that the media man there is doing his job to retain he's doing his work to retain his job, and he has how many months to go. So it's one of those things. I mean, I can't imagine that at this point in time, public officers will be telling us that the security situation has improved and that Buhari will hand over
a
safe country.
Safer.
Safer, yes,
Yeah,
safer,
safer.
exactly, safer. I can't imagine that because as we speak now, there are some communities that are paying tax to these insurgents, to these terrorists, as we speak. The other time, one of them, I think some of them, they were saying that, look, what we need to release our victim is the new Naira note. And you can see. That means that, they have that boldness, the audacity, and they feel that nothing can be done. They're saying it. We have some of them who are known, I don't know his name, I've forgotten his name, and he still parades himself, moving, making utterances, that can even cause violence and confusion in this country. And nothing is being done. There are some communities that hold, last time it was in Enugu, where they said they operated for hours and nobody came, no security personnel, nothing happened. In Enugu, one of the communities in Enugu State. And so many other areas, pockets, hotbeds, the insurgency, insecurity everywhere. And the president, through his media spokesman, says they are going to, I don't know what kind of magic wand they will use within the next 6 or 7 months they have now to leave. I don't know how they are going to do that. But I think that it is important for them to realize that they are even going to hand very unsafe country to the next administration that will come on board. And it bothers me that the issue of security seems to be a recurring decimal. People keep on talking about insecurity and nothing happens day in, day out. I was thinking that as a people, we are told that when the ant bites the buttock will be cautious of where to sit down. But in this case, it is not like that. In fact, the more the ants bite the buttocks, the more the buttock will go and sit even in the ant hill. That's the case in Nigerian situation. So we don't seem to learn from... I mean, we've been talking about military in terms of intelligence gathering and all that.
Yes.
And each time we talk about that, the more we talk about that, the more it appears there is no intelligence in terms of what the military is trying to do in order to, curb or nip insecurity in the board. So how? Well, I don't understand from what perspective, from what angle is it that the present administration will hand over a safer country to an incoming administration? I don't get it. It is even very embarrassing, even very annoying that in the midst of insecurity, you are saying that you are going to hand over a safer country to the incoming administration. What is the magic wand? What is the possibility? When every day there is occurrence of insecurity, people are no longer safe. We just heard about one that happened at Lumokoro here last week. 3 policemen were just killed like that. And I'm not sure whether the security agencies are able to trace, and all the president has been doing all this while is to condemn. We commiserate. We condemn. Is it through condemnation and commiseration that you are going to hand a safer?
Okay, Prof, before I move on,
Yes.
I said earlier that, in talking about this issue, we should take a retrospective look at the security situation. Probably, maybe they're comparing, they're comparing what the situation was before they came on board and what it is now. So looking at what the security situation was and what it is now,
Faustina, I've already looked at it now
You
before
did?
now. And I'm saying that it is even getting worse now. I mean, we can't even, there are even countless incidences of insecurity, attacks, people are killed in their numbers. And nothing seems to have been done.
I remember the Kuje incidents then.
Exactly. Jailbreaks everywhere. What? Very, very indiscriminate jailbreak everywhere. Discriminately. Jailbreaks everywhere. And as we speak, more than half of those escapees have not been rearrested as we speak now. They've not been. So, we have not, I have not seen, tactical measures taken. For instance, the Kuje jailbreak. Assuming after the jailbreak, government has now, we have rearrested. If not all, at least 95% of those escapees have been rearrested. You will now begin to say, there's a follow-up somewhere, or that the Enugu case I gave, where they killed community members in their tens, in their hundreds, that before or after they have attacked the community, we have been able to arrest the culprits, those who masterminded that killing. We have not seen something like that. Even those terrorists who have been, attacking Benue State, Taraba State, and all that, we have not seen them being prosecuted, not to talk of being imprisoned. So, I don't see the basis for the government to say that they are going to hand over a safer country to the incoming administration.
Okay.
For me, it appears to be a smoke screen, a facade. For me, because what it means that they are just trying to insult the sensibility of Nigerians.
All right. Chief Loveday Okere.
Well, I don't blame the media to the president because he's doing his work. But that is also how the lives of Ruben Abati and what is the other one, Labour Party now?
Doyin
Okupe. That is also how we are talking for President Goodluck Jonathan. So when they were out of office, in fact, Doyin Okupe said it's like there is an evil spirit that is in Aso Rock that you're overwhelmed with that pursues you. So he made that statement publicly, and most of the things they say, they don't even know when they are saying them. So I'm very, very sure that very soon, when the present media head, Mr. President, when he's out of office, then he will now regain his senses. And most of the things he's saying now, he won't even remember that he said some of those things. So I don't know why he feels that the present administration is going to hand over a safer Nigeria to the next administration. How? Is it in terms of security? Is it in terms of the economy? Is it in terms of production, or what? Is it in terms of infrastructure? Let him come and drive from Warri to Port Harcourt along East-West Road down to Eleme. Let's see whether he's going to hand over, or is he going to construct that road before the end of the administration and make it more motorable? Or is he going to stop Boko Haram from operating? Is he going to stop IPOB from disturbing the Southeast? Is he going to stop all this different agitation? How? For me, our prayer is that they should manage to end the administration the way it is now. Let it not deteriorate more, because if it does, it means that we are going into a very more dangerous administration. Otherwise, the damage caused is even enough for them to keep quiet and just end the way it is now. I don't think that statement is very correct. Otherwise, he should just be thinking of how to redeem their image of handing over a shattered nation to whomever that is going to succeed President Muhammadu Buhari.
Okay, Dr. Chinwo. Let's get your thoughts.
Well, I'm not excited about government appointments and positions, but if there is anyone I will almost certainly say no to, is to be an information disseminator for government, especially if it involves the kind of thing Femi Adesina is doing. Because, I'm really saddened. Femi Adesina is somebody I used to love to read his comments in Sun newspaper there. And I thought he was a very sincere gentleman. And only to realize that Femi Adesina or like some of those who are looking for opportunity.
Mm.
And when they get it, they do anything with it. I don't understand what Femi Adesina would expect of Nigerians. He is the one who told people in Benue State, give up your land or they'll kill you in this government. That never happened before now. An information manager of government said, give up your land or they will kill you. When Buhari won election, one young Nigerian trekked from Lagos to Abuja.
Yeah.
Faustina, there are not many Nigerians today who can drive from Lagos to Abuja without praying and saying, oh God, please spare me. Who will pray that nothing happens to their car, that they will make them to stop even in a crowded area, not to talk about bush area. When before Femi Adesina and his group came, nobody, there was no terrorism attack in Katsina, but Buhari was in Katsina, his own state, when terrorists took a whole school. No governor of Katsina ever said, let people arm themselves and defend themselves before Buhari came. The present governor, APC governor, have said, let people defend themselves. Before Buhari came, it was only Borno State that had that Boko Haram taking some local government. And President Buhari, Jonathan declared a state of emergency and took them out. That was why it was election. But today, Niger State, the governor has cried, Bello, has cried that please, the Boko Haram is taking tax. This morning I had on radio, one of the news outlets, people, communities paying 20 million naira. And Femi Adesina is so confident to tell this. We never, in Borno, nobody attacked any church in Owo, on those states. Go around this country, the whole of Southeast. But Femi Adesina, when somebody is cognitively dissonant in any case, there's nothing he can do. He decides to call this microphone, the cover is black. If I decide that it's going to be white, apparently there's nothing he can do. Give me all the qualities of black. I said, what I'm seeing is white. So there's nothing you can do. That is the mind of a propagandist, apparently. But it's so shocking because for some of us who had any value for the integrity of Femi Adesina, and you know the problem is that he will come back tomorrow and begin to write. I had to confront Ruben Abati once. Okay. I confronted Ruben Abati because Ruben Abati was the man who was speaking like a chief said here, speaking for Jonathan as media office. Maybe that's the responsibility of the work as the chief press secretary. But do you know that was on the same-sex anti-prohibition bill, a law I support very well. So then Ruben Abati leaves office. He went to Lagos where a gay group are having a meeting and they invited him. And Ruben literally denied the government he served. I took it up. I wrote an article. And commendably for him, I sent it to him. He even sent to Ijoma, who was editor of This Day, and asked them to publish the article. I commend him for that. But you see the kind of people we have who go and serve government. There's one in this state who was a commissioner of information. I called him, oh boy, this thing you're saying, can you say it answer? Do you know that the moment the governor he was serving left office, around time he was where somebody was speaking against the governor, I confronted him. I said, my friend, how can you do this? He said, you will go and sit down here and your righteousness. So what kind of thing? The conscience dead? They deliberate to mislead people, and you come out and you continue. So it's a pity. What I normally wish for them, Femi Adesina, is that thing he said that is very good. Let him experience it.
Oh well.
A time is coming. Very soon. There will be no security man guiding him.
I'm sure
there will be no listen. I pray that thing that Femi Adesina says is very good and very excellent. Please let him experience it.
I'm sure he wouldn't say amen.
Let him not Japan. When he pick up the let him remain in Nigeria. Let him not travel out of the country.
Two commissioners wanted to leave Osun State who were working with a former governor. I pray that Femi Adesina will not prepare his passport and visa ready. But let him stay here. And I pray that thing he said is very good. All of them who see evil are calling good. I'm praying seriously. God, let them experience that good thing.
Okay.
Exactly. Simple.
Okay, so I'm going to head on to Facebook and take some comments from our opinion poll post that I've put on there. You too can head over to Facebook and drop a comment, or feel free to send a text message or WhatsApp message to 0701 933 9962. Message from Tekena Isa Boss says, this present administration doesn't like or accept criticisms. They're very good at coming up to defending what they're doing well and what they're not doing well. Are they done with the antics of playing the past administration, blaming or playing on the vow and oath they took of coming to take over, the setting everything right? Okay. The last 7 years of this administration hasn't been so perfect, but I wish them the best to hand over a safer country to the next government. I really don't know and can't trust them, but I wish them the best. All right, thank you. Chinedu Onoha says, I'm optimistic there will be each free and hand over power from the present regime to another, but what I'm not sure is that the present regime has done enough on the fight against insecurity ravaging Nigeria. This is one huge baggage that awaits the succeeding regime to inherit. Okay. Chima Ezeye says, I don't think because Nigerians are dying more in their numbers compared to what we have previously, only that the media is more afraid of reporting the reality on ground due to the fear of the power-drunk administration of PMB. Ezeye Chima from Omerelu, good morning. All right, good morning to you as well. Benjamin Njong says, APC is fingering Nigerians' insecurity to take advantage of voters. They will claim they have won insecurity to get vote. Okay, so you think it's just a claim to get the votes of Nigerians. All right. Comrades Ikbosa says, you have to understand the nature and character of insurgencies. To understand this, read theorists like Vladimir Lenin, Leon Trotsky, Anna Harriet. So the battle is engaging the national armies in a protracted and intractable warfare against quick victory. In the last 5 months, Boko Haram has experienced losses on a daily basis. In the last 4 months, bandits and their commanders have experienced losses daily. We have given names of commanders either surrender, killed, or captured. We have listed camps destroyed or captured. We have given names of terrorists and bandits and their locations. Presently, just like Nigeria, 162 countries are fighting wars, armed conflicts against insurgents. Study the outcome of their experience and the time most of them have spent. Okay, that's quite a list of the achievements, of this administration in battling insurgency. Chima Samuel says there is no difference. It's even worse now. Before now, we could travel freely to any part of the country. Well, just like Dr. Chimo said. Before now, we could travel to any part without the fear of being kidnapped or killed. Our traders cannot carry their goods from the north to the south. Nigeria, for me, is worse than APC met it. Okay, so you don't think that the present administration can hand over a safer country or safer nation to the next? Amazi Emmanuel says, safer what? Country, you said? Yes, it's country. In what aspect? Is it in the economy, security, school, education, judiciary, health, food security, housing, industrialization, employment, civil service, workers' welfare, and human rights? The Nigerian state is hostility too. Okay. Comrade Ikbosa, when you say that this administration has not put in any measures to tackle insecurity, you're not saying the truth, because this administration has purchased more military hard and software more than any other administration. Well, does that amount to winning the war against insurgency? Ferdinand Wodo says, good morning, presenter. Your guest should be truthful to himself because people are listening. We should not play politics with everything. Let me ask him, when last did he hear of bomb blast in Nigeria? Has he forgotten when almost every Sunday thousands of souls were being killed in churches and sometimes mosques? Has he forgotten when in Borno most roads were closed, but today are open? Borno Yola airports were shut down for almost 5 years, but are now open. Yes, we still have sketches of killings, but you can't compare it with how it was before 2014 to 2015. Please, let's be objective.
Ask him, can he remember that the train was passengers were kidnapped in Kaduna just is up to 3 months ago in Kaduna?
Right.
Did it happen in previous administration? I just want to remember just this one for him.
No, he's even talking about bomb. There was bomb blast now when they attacked the Kaduna Abuja train. They bombed that train now.
That's
even
what
in
I'm
our
saying.
the massacre in our
The massacre in Owo.
The bomb. There was bomb.
That an event
So what is he talking about?
towards the I'm not speaking for PDP. I've never been their member, but that event started towards the end of PDP administration. Started 1999, and then from Boko Haram started in 2009, and all this shooting and all that started from 2013. And then you come in, that's the wee hours of PDP's administration. You are coming and say, I'm going to confront this thing.
Right.
So, I mean, you have known the problem, now it's clear. You know where to go. You know where the epicenter of it. But you come in, instead of confronting it, the thing now spread from east, northeast, down to northwest to southwest, and somebody still has a conscience to defend that. You couldn't even contain it where it was.
And they say we are playing politics with what?
I mean, like you see a problem, and then you feel like, okay, I have the solution to this problem.
Yes.
Give me this mandate.
And you campaigned on that.
I'm going to tackle the issues, and then we still have the issues.
I'm shocked.
Oh well. Ferdinand Woder says, "Good morning, presenter. Please, Femi Adesina is doing his job. Same is some of your guests there. We know they are." Saying when they were in APC, and today they are saying another thing because they are in another party. But let the truth be told, PMB has done pretty well in the insecurity. Okay, so I mean, do you think he can that PMB you're talking about? Do you think he will hand over a safer nation to the next administration? Mboy Kanke Uduaka says democracy brought this insecurity to Nigeria. Africa should practice communism. Under military regime, we could travel from Uyo to Port Harcourt at night in boats, but now try traveling to Boni to Okrika on sea. Okay, someone just dropped a comment. Never. Never that this administration cannot hand over a safer nation to the next generation. Anyway, that's our opinion poll question for this morning. But feel free to also go there, Facebook, drop a comment. I'll still go back to the messages, your messages, and take your comments there. And do well to also send your messages on WhatsApp and on regular SMS 20701 933 9962. Once again, it is 0701 933 9962. That's for regular text messages and WhatsApp messages. Okay, so moving on to some more headlines. This one from the Guardian newspaper. Okay. We have enough food for Nigerians. Agric Minister boasts. We have enough food for Nigerians. Agric Minister boasts. So, Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Mohammed Abubakar, has blamed the rising cost of food and other items on inflation and the lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. The minister spoke yesterday at a media briefing series to highlight the achievements of the President Muhammadu Buhari administration, otherwise known as Scorecard 2015 to 2023. He said inflation is not limited to Nigeria, describing it as a global trend occasioned by the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, according to Abubakar, the hike in the price of fertilizer and challenges facing producers of raw materials due to the effect of the pandemic impacted negatively the cost of food items. Even as Nigerians groan under the burden of the high cost of food, especially rice, Abubakar tried to allay fears, noting that the country has enough to feed its citizens. Okay, because it's a long read, I'm just going to end there. That country has enough to feed its citizens. All right. Dr. Chiwo. Do we have enough food to feed the nation?
It becomes a difficult question to answer because you asked me, didn't I eat this morning? I ate.
You ate enough, right?
I ate.
Okay.
But I know, and people should be honest with themselves. But a bag of rice now is over 40,000 naira.
Yeah. It has to be way less.
I don't know how many people. I don't know how many Nigerians can buy a bag of rice. I don't know how many. Right, Gary now is a very expensive commodity. Since we buy this thing with money, I tell people, me, I work, I practice my profession, I earn income. But even the government has acknowledged at every level the level of unemployment. MBS has said that this country, more than half of our population is in deep poverty. So if I look at myself now, so the Nigerians feed, I'll be unfair to Nigeria and to Nigerians. By the grace of God, I ate, but I know that it costs much more now. Years ago, gas, maybe we spent 3,000 to buy gas. Now it is over 12,000 naira. So I don't understand why anybody would think that it is not worse than it is. Definitely worse. I go to events now and you see that people are coming to gather unused food, not for dogs, but for families to eat. It's so painful. So please, let's stop assaulting this sense. Because when we talk about it, it's so painful. What I'm pleading with now, this is one of the prayers we pray my family this morning. Let Nigeria be more compassionate. Because if it's government, forget it. Let Nigeria be more compassionate. Let's see what we can do to share what we have with each other. Because people are in deep poverty. People are going without food. People who didn't want to fast, and they are not fasting. They are going on. It's not even hunger strike. It is starvation. And it is from the north down to as a matter of fact, Okwadavoli is worse than the north. You know, when they realize, MBS realized on statistics in Nigeria, those of us here in River State, not because of government though, but because of God's favor and mercy and opportunity positions we have or we can't understand it. When the United Nations said that Nigeria is the poverty capital in the world, until you look at some pictures of places in India and to know that they say Nigeria is worse. You know, our leaders are careful to ensure we don't travel. We don't travel even within the country. If we were traveling, you will weep for this country more and more. Well, we don't travel. There's no internal terrorism. There's no this. It's only people only travel to the areas where things are seemingly better. But nobody can afford on his own now to say, okay, let me embark on a movement to Taraba State. My people are going to ask me for what? Because they know that it's like endangering my life. If we were traveling, you will see the depth of poverty in this country and weep for Nigeria. People are hungry. People are managing to survive. So I don't know.
And yet the minister is saying we have enough food to feed.
Nigeria feeds him now. Nigeria feeds him every day. He has rice,
allowances, and
oh my God.
Okay, so let's move to.
But he cannot. He also will know. The minister also knows because he knows the number of people now that he's hiding his phone number from. He knows the number of people that will call him. He doesn't pick. He knows now that when he wants to go to his home, he tells policemen, please don't allow anybody pass through this gate. And he knows that before he was staying one day, he doesn't stay a few hours. He runs away.
Okay, for fear of people coming to say, Minister, we are hungry.
We are hungry.
Okay, Chief Lovejoy,
I'm almost tempted to.
Looking at all of the issues.
Yes.
With agriculture.
When I wanted to respond, I almost wanted to call Yanni. I never knew it was Faustina. Okay. But that be the case. You see, if you are seated here in this office, maybe anchor your program from maybe in the next 8 hours and you didn't go out. If somebody is complaining that the weather is very hot, you will be imagining as you will say, what is the person saying? Which weather is very hot when I'm even catching cold? Because you have not gone out of the studio to know that the climate outside is very hot, that the sun today was very hot because of the air condition that is in this particular studio. That is why I have always said here that for you to feel the impact, to feel the impulse of what, or feel the pulse of what the people you are governing are feeling, sometimes step out of the Aso Rock as the president. Just tour around the state, visit the states, travel by the roads. You are the president of the country. Travel by the road, feel how they look at how the roads are. See how they see how green the environments. Our forests and grasses are. Have a conversation with the people. You know, try to disguise yourself. In these states, the former governor of the state, sometimes you will see him on bike. Go to filling stations to buy fuel. See if the people that are, see how the pump prices are dispensed. Some time ago, Rotimi Amechi, when he was a governor, he went to a certain filling station in Ada George, and their pump was higher than what it was supposed to be as at then, and he decided to, you know, command everybody to buy petrol, and people who were around there that day got free petrol and they left the station. It was they serve as a deterrent to other filling stations. That was when they now knew that it was the governor of the state that was riding on power bike. So if you are a minister for agriculture, for you to say that Nigeria has enough food that will serve the people, come out of that office, go around, visit Niger Delta, visit some part of the north, visit some part of the east, then and then you go back to the office, you make a different statement. Okay, so it's not when you are there eating free food. Everything is almost free. You don't know how much it takes to wash your clothes. The laundry is there for you. They give you all the services. You wouldn't know what the people are suffering. In this country, Nigeria today, there are people that are even when they are working as civil servants, even when they are working as in private companies, they can afford to eat only once in a day. Maybe they go to work. Some of them, hiding under watching weight. They won't eat in the morning. They go to the office. They eat in the afternoon. Then they make sure that they eat heavily that afternoon when they have the opportunity. Then in the evening they chew granite and sleep, so that they can be able to save a little money to clothe themselves and maybe to pay house rents. So anybody who has the opportunity to feed himself and his family 3 square meal in this country is assumed to be a very rich person in this country because of how we find ourselves. Ordinarily, feeding 3 square meal, clothing yourself and shelter yourself is a basic standard of living, at least to a normal person. So when you can have that luxury of driving a bigger car, living in duplex and other things, now that is the quality of a rich man. But ordinarily, you have a standard 3-bedroom flat, clothe yourself, eat 3 square meal is a basic standard of living. How many persons can afford this in this country? How many persons? So the man that is talking there should come out of that office and see how people are moving from restaurant to restaurant to see how they can gather remnants, foods that people have eaten. You think they are going to give to dogs? They'll go back home and warm it, look for available gare or fufu. Go to where people are doing funeral services. People are there with cellophane bags to gather remnants of gare and fufu. You think they are going to give to dogs? So there is hunger in this nation. This is even within Port Harcourt where people are doing funeral. If you go to the north where this kind of funeral is not done, you see people, they go to the orientation camps where youth corps are to beg for food. If you go to north, ask people who has gone there to serve. They will tell you the experiences of the level of poverty in those areas. That is why you easily see people, they can't even afford food, not to talk of medical bill. You see people get blind easily. You see people get deformed easily because the country is not catering for them. The provisions are not made for them. And the minister has the guts to come and tell us that there is food sufficiency in the country. Where is the food? Where we cannot have a bag of rice except you have 50,000 naira. Where is the food? Where you cannot eat gare. Thank God that I came from a chair. Yesterday my wife traveled to a chair and in my house now I will have enough gare. I'm not inviting any person to come.
I will come. I will follow you after the program.
So and the greatest thing that I have is that I'm because if you live in the villages, the rural areas, you will not have the opportunity to afford a good education for the children and for some other things. That's why some of us have migrated to the urban areas. Otherwise, if I remain in my village or each time I travel to my community, there is firewood. I cook in my backyard. There are pawpaw trees in my backyard. There are other things, mango, oranges. I can use it to. I can buy them. But here in Port Harcourt, people who cannot easily travel to their communities, they buy almost everything.
Now,
even
talking about the communities now with the flood, that ravaged.
No, flood is very far from my living.
Okay, but in some places now, since we are talking about food, some farmlands.
Exactly. People from Ahoda areas, people from Bayasa, people from Onega. As we speak now, the flood has destroyed almost majority of the food their farmlands. So but what I'm trying to say is that these ministers have refused to understand that sitting in that air condition room and thinking that it is all well in Nigeria. It is not very true.
Okay. All right. Let me move on to Professor Warner.
Yeah, Faustina. Obviously, that statement by the Honorable Minister of Agriculture is opprobrious, is ludicrous, and clear demonstration of the fact that our leaders do not share the sufferings of the people. They have distanced themselves from the actual realities, those negative objective conditions plaguing us as a people. And he said that inflation is attributed to the COVID-19. And the question is, for how long will that continue? Is it only Nigeria that is affected by COVID-19? And again, I ask, that food, he said, where is the food? Where is the food? We want to know where the food is now.
Maybe it's in Abuja.
Is it existing in the air? We want to know, so that we can become best of the air and fly. Or does he want to release the food on the day the government of Buhari will be handing over to the next government? Is that the plan? Like we had during the NSAS protest that some foods were stored in some warehouses. Some of them got rotten. I mean, it's a clear demonstration of the fact that I don't know whether I think that some of these leaders should take simple courses in political economy. I see ignorance and wickedness in most of the things they do, most of the things they say, because no right-thinking Nigerian, for instance, will begin to imagine that there is enough food. Now, you are blaming that on COVID-19, but we are aware of the fact that because of the dependency nature of Nigerian economy, when we study in development discourse, we have an approach called dependency. And it means that if an economy is dependent on another economy, whatever happens in the other economy will invariably affect this.
The case of wheat.
Exactly. So there's that kind of nexus, to the extent that inflation can be transported from America or Britain or Germany to Nigeria, because our economy is dependent. And why are we dependent? We shouldn't have been dependent in the first instance. Because look, we are blessed, we have natural resources, we have arable lands everywhere. But the question is, why have we decided not to engage in economic activities? I've been saying it and I will continue to say it. We need to go back to the land. What is the agricultural policy of this government? Every time, in every fiscal year, it's finance. Humongous amount is being budgeted for finance. Yet, insecurity is everywhere. Leaving other critical sectors like the agriculture, industries, power, that will have, if invested on, will have multiplier effect on the living conditions of Nigerians. What is happening to agriculture today? I mean, in simple economics, we are told that when demand increases, by shifting to the right side, increase the demand, and probably supply remaining constant, or even supply moving to the left, which means there's a decrease in supply. Of course, what do you expect? You expect that there will be very hot chase of the few available goods, and that, of course, will lead to what? Inflation. Demand pull inflation factor. I don't know whether they don't understand this. So if in an economy, government refuse to invest heavily on agriculture, invest heavily on economic activities, what do you expect? To the extent that refusal has even cost us the ability of us feeding ourselves. We are not even talking about exporting to other countries. But of course, that is an attendant consequence, a concomitant effect. If we had engaged massively on economic activities, particularly by going back to the land, what will it take this government to invest massively on? The other time we were told that there's an agricultural policy that the government is coming up on. I don't know whether that has been thrown into the dustbin. But I think that every conscious government will want to actually ensure that its teeming population is being fed. Chiwa just made a reference of, people going to occasion, and in fact, it's even worse. Even in the church, just try and have an occasion. You see people, ordinarily before now, when you go to occasion, you want to maintain.
Yeah, you comport yourself.
Yes, I remember in those days when I was in the youth festival as youth president. When we go for an occasion, they bring food for us. Faustina, for the next 20-25 minutes, the food will be there looking at us. We'll be looking at the food because you wouldn't want to. You don't want to yourself to be the first person.
Hungry.
People will look at you as, have you not been eating your house?
But now,
first to take.
But now, just even when you have, some people will even come back and say, I've not taken. In the church, it happens.
Exactly.
In the church, they are in the church house, they will say, I've not taken. So what I'm trying to say is the effect is that there's no how you can exist as a people without being able to feed yourself. Look at the price of essential commodities. And somebody is sitting somewhere and saying, we have enough food. Where is he keeping the food, for crying out loud?
Okay.
We need to know.
All right. And he's saying inflation is just not peculiar to Nigeria. It's in other countries.
All those economies that are dependent. There are most countries that are dependent. In fact, we are told that the war in Ukraine is affecting supply of grains.
Of wheat in Nigeria.
Country, even in Nigeria.
Even in Nigeria.
And so why wouldn't that affect us? Because we are not self-sufficient. We are not self-reliant. We are depending virtually on everything. And of course, you expect that whatever thing that happens, like is happening in Ukraine now, like I explained earlier, it's going to affect, of course, the supply of grain or food.
It's affecting her. That's why they say bread is expensive.
Exactly. Is he not also realizing that fact? Can't you draw that analogy and do that analysis economically? And he feels that Nigerians are fools, are morons. If he comes up and says something that they will clap for him, Mr. Minister of Agriculture.
I mean, they're doing their scorecard 2015 to 2023, and so
that's his scorecard.
Well, they are all coming to defend their.
I mean, if you want to defend
the government,
your ministry, you must defend it in tandem with the realities on ground,
right?
To the admiration and approval of the people. Why would you tell us a different story, whereas the realities on ground
is different?
It's different. That is hypocrisy. I've said it before.
Okay, so let's move on to another story. This time from the Punch newspaper. No candidate for national award. Nominees fail exam. Terrible. No candidate for national award. Nominees fail exam.
So they give them exam.
I carry go now.
You don't write exam before their awards.
I want that.
So the Nigerian National Merit Award has stated that the 32 nominees for the Nigerian National Order of Merit 2022 edition were not qualified. The quasi-academic agency said the nominees did not pass the prerequisite exam. A total of 32 nominations and applications for the award were received. According to Professor Shekarau Ako, chairman of the NNMA governing board, who spoke to the media in Abuja, he said there were 14 applicants in the humanities, 9 in medicine, 5 in engineering and technology, and 4 in the sciences. Ako said the nominations went through the standard assessment process. However, after going through the rigorous process of assessment exercise, none was adjudged to have merited the Nigerian National Order of Merit Award for this year, 2022. So, in this year's exercise, no winner emerged. The NNMA was established by Act number 53 of 1979 and amended by Act number 96 of 1992, now LFN 122 of 2004. So, okay, so we're moving from agriculture to education. Where are
the lecturers? And there's no funding for research, no opportunity, nothing. If you come to even those there are no more public intellectuals, those who say things that can influence the transformation of nation. In the state university in River State now, has been an order. You dare not go to speak in the have to have the money to fund it. How many lecturers? The salaries they are even giving can't take them home. You want to go for a conference now, academics. They will tell you, you should find a way to go to the conference. But in 1979, when this award was instituted, Nigerian academics were welcome guests abroad who made contributions that were internationally recognizable. It can't happen today now. I, as a lecturer, the books I've had to publish is because I practice and I have to fund it.
Okay.
How many lecturers can do that? But sometimes people jump at it. Lecturers are not doing it. That is an evidence of a nation that has failed. It's not the candidates. On the sciences, go to the university and say laboratories. And this is what ASU was been fighting for. Nigerians didn't know. This is a clear vindication of ASU. And even the institutions where ASU has been killed, it's not because they are better, but it's because they have been, like the state universities, all of them have been emasculated. I was in a program the other time speaking, and a colleague of mine had to recommend me to go because he was within. He is within the system, so the system has warned him.
Okay.
You dare not go and talk against government. Let those who have been kicked out. Those of us who are kicked out because we talk. So let me tell you, these are the things that nations. That is a very good report. But it's not. No person should be deceived. I think it's against the intellectuals. Intellectuals are there, and that's why they're going on strike, because they know the capacity they have. They know what they can do. But you have emasculated libraries abroad have shipped out. You know the dumping ground. Foreign libraries, some of them, after they have got new editions of books, they say, let's remember countries like Nigeria. Just like we buy Tokumbo cars, they give us Tokumbo books. But even the books they are bringing, which are already to them outdated, we don't have them here. My sister.
Okay.
It's terrible. It's terrible. Thank God for that report. But nobody should go and blame the awardees. It's the system that would have awarded them.
Okay, it's the system. Okay, that killed them. All right. Chief Lovely, okay.
Yeah, I'll be very brief so that you will have time to hear from your listeners who are itching to call.
Yeah.
CJ Chinwo have said it, but just to say that, you see, I don't know the yardstick that was used to assess the awardees that all passed, which, if that was correct, is a vindication or a way to say that our lecturers are doing well in the country. Otherwise, the awardees wouldn't have passed so easily. I remember somebody who went.
The nominees, they failed.
You didn't say that. You said they failed. No.
That they
there
failed.
There was no one that was good.
They said they failed.
There's no candidate for national
award.
The nominees.
Nobody. That's why they are not giving it to anybody this year.
Yeah,
nobody made the minimum requirement.
I was even understanding it the other way around. That is to say that those who tutored them or who lectured them didn't lecture them well.
No.
You see.
No, this one is for intellectuals, so it's not even students.
I know.
This award is for lecturers and academics.
I know. You see, that is why I said I didn't know the yardstick or the basis.
So you're wondering where the failure is coming from.
Where it's coming from. You see, I remember somebody went. There was an interview being conducted, and people prepared and think that when they go for this interview, they were going to be given mathematics or English questions to answer. But they entered the hall, and the interviewer look at a man who just dressed up from his house, dressed very, very well, and was confronted in a very hostile form. He said, "What are you? Look at how tattered you are. Please, can you get out of my office?" So one of them was just laughing and looking at it. I said, "Better well dressed." The other one got offended and got out to the reception, waiting for the next thing to be done. At the end of the day, they were called back and waiting for the re-interview. And the man said they were already interviewed. So the one who was able to tolerate, passed. The other person who, took offense because of the hostile nature of the interviewer didn't pass. So I didn't know the nature of the interview that made them to fail Well, for me, we are hoping that we'll have a better Nigeria and a better awardees. So now that they have offered, we look forward that in 2023 people will pass.
Okay. Quickly, Professor Warner.
Yeah.
Just in a few
first
minutes,
of all,
so we can
in
open up
as
the phone
much
lines.
as I accept the fact that you have so many factors that can influence or that make you pass or fail exam. But for me, this result, I consider it to be national embarrassment. National embarrassment in the sense that these are eggheads. These are people who are expected to impart knowledge. Even though that no man is a compendium of knowledge, but at a certain level in your area of specialization, you are expected to prove your worth. And again, national embarrassment because it's a product of the kind of system we operate. In the development discourse, we are told that man is the fulcrum around which development revolves, which means that man is the driving force, the pivotal factor for development to thrive. And if man is the pivot around which development revolves, there is expected that that man must participate in the development process. And in participating in the development process, he must acquire the requisite skills and knowledge. And in acquiring those requisite skills and knowledge, there must be either informal or formal educational process that can enable him also acquire these skills and knowledge. And again, for him to also participate, man also must be free from exploitation, from intimidation, from oppression, if he must participate in the development process.
Okay.
But unfortunately, that is not the case in the Nigerian context. The Nigerian state appears to be oppressive, appears to be exploitative, and so does not provide the enabling environment for, effective teaching and learning. Chiwa James gave an instance of ASU. And I think that every society that needs to develop must have serious understanding of the nexus between research and development. And the essence is that every development needs manpower to fit into all those enabling sectors that can bring about development. But unfortunately, that is not the case. And it's a process that begins even in the nursery and primary school up to secondary and then university. What is the state of our education in this country? That's the right question we should be asking.
Okay.
So,
you done?
No, I'm not done.
Okay, quickly, so I can open up the phone lines.
Drink water. Yeah, I think that the Nigerian state is responsible for that. I would have gone on to talk on this more elaborately, but because of time.
Yeah.
So the Nigerian state need to do the needful in terms of actually improving the educational sector in this country.
All right, thank you very much. With that being said, we open up the phone lines and get your comments on the newspaper review. React to any of the headlines that piques your interest. Okay, 0817-0000-951 and 0810-9510-951. Those are the numbers you should call, or you can go to Facebook, drop a comment. Today 95.1 FM poster up there, the one on the opinion poll, and of course the one newspaper review. We have an array of newspaper headlines there. Drop a comment and reference the newspaper headline that you are reacting to. And you can send a text message or WhatsApp message to 0701-933-9962. That is 0701-933-9962. I've got loads of messages. Okay. We'll begin with the phone lines now. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning, 95.1 FM.
Yes, it is. What's your name?
This is Dakuku from Apokichi.
All right, Dakuku, let's hear you.
So let me tell you, my madam, it's all these our politicians who are in Nigeria controlling resources of Nigeria. They are not care for the poor masses. That is why education does not even exist in this country. All of them, their children is outside country. Even if their brothers, they send their brothers and their children outside country to the school. That's why they don't care for the performances. Look at now as a lesson is coming up. You see most of them, they will be talking, I will do this, I will build the school, I will do nothing. Even if the former schools built by previous government, who has the money to do, most of them abandon it. Go to most of the rural primary schools. You cannot even witness those computer, AC and other things in that those is provided to them. You cannot see them in this state again. They have been looted by the communities of the boss of those communities because the government is not care of it. Because it does not concern the children outside. So when we're talking of this education, it marvels me a lot. It makes me to cry because they are not after the poverty. But tomorrow, boss, the people will be crying. I carry this. Most of them will carry guns. Unless they vote for this person, I will not do this. Okay, we are just killing ourselves for nothing. Why they are using us, enjoying, progressing on their own. That's the only thing. If I thought they will come out to look at what's going to be, without that, all Nigeria have to put law. This is a government. If you don't do this in your state, this is a senator, this is a house of reps. If you don't do this in your territorial district, you will be removed in so time within interval of 6 months. That's become okay. But not that those who cannot be impacted because they are looking for their own favor. This is what I want to say. Please, thank you. This is a cook from our pocket.
Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning, Fortina.
Yeah, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yes, Obed Chima. I'm calling from Port Harcourt, precisely Oji. Yes, Fortina, I want to react to handing over a safer Nigeria to the next administration by presidential spokesperson. You see, Indian Nigerians are not patient. What happened in Sri Lanka would have happened in Nigeria. Chasing away president out of his office. Exactly the same thing would have happened. But because of the patient nature of Nigeria is what has led to Femi Adesina coming to speak to Nigeria. You understand? Look, if Femi is taking medicine on the street, I think he will be stoned. No, never is. He will be stoned on the street. I must tell you, I don't get it at all. I mean, it's just clear in the eyes of everybody that in Nigeria is not safe. Bombing and killing, even where the federal government is done, it's just there. You understand? Till today, they are complaining that it's uncomfortable in Nigeria. We have a particular set of thieves, collect tax from Nigeria. Can you tell us you are handling a safer Nigeria? How? Can you put it side by side? The last, I think it was Fesu Kayamo, when he was being interviewed in Channel TV, they challenged him to travel to Kaduna by road. He has not done that today. You understand? He has not done that. So I think this presidential spokesperson, in as much as they are doing their job, let them be able to have the human mind in doing their job. You cannot lie to Nigeria that Nigeria is safe. We are not safe, for crying out loud. People are being killed every day. Bombing and killing. Most people have left their farmland because of insecurity. Then you come out and tell Nigeria that we are safe. I don't think so. You understand? Then coming to the food production. Yeah. Coming to the food production. Look, many people are hungry. You understand? There is insufficient food. But that is not only in the side of the federal government. I think that equally concerns the state. The state must come up with policies in terms of agriculture. It's not just federal government alone. How many agricultural programs that we have in the state? You understand? It is not there. So what we are saying, there is hunger in this land. That is why today they are stealing, people steal food and all that. You understand? So, in as much as this minister and spokesperson, they are doing their job, the truth is there, and it is glaring to every Nigeria that Nigeria is not where we are supposed to be. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. We really do appreciate you for calling. 0817-000-951 and 0810-9510951. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning, Fatima.
Yeah, good morning. You're welcome. What's your name?
My name is Basile Talbot.
Okay, you need to turn off your radio, please.
The headline that the...
Can you turn off your radio, please?
Okay, sorry.
Turn it off. Thank you.
Okay. The minister, agriculture minister, telling us that there is sufficient food in Nigeria. Am I correct?
Come again.
That Nigeria has sufficient food enough now in Nigeria.
Yes, you're right. That's what he said.
I want to tell you that that minister who said that want to kill the country because he has now put a boundary to those who will love Nigeria to help Nigeria perhaps with some food. They will no more help Nigeria because our minister said we have enough food. That man should be arrested and be put to prison for 7 years. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Oh my goodness. So the minister should be arrested. Anyway, let me get onto WhatsApp and take some messages. Okay, quite a lot of them right here. Silver word. We're all in insecurity. Insecurity is at war that can't just end, as they are saying. All Nigeria government needs is to know how to manage it. I'm Obi son. Okay, all right. So you think, okay. While that is loading, let me get back to the call lines. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Hello, good morning.
I'm calling from Romeo for
all right, you're welcome. Go on.
Yes, I want to comment over the Minister of Agriculture that Nigeria has sufficient to feed the nation. Oh my God. Oh my God. Where are we heading to? This is a country, that man, if you go and ask him where he's from, if he has traveled all over the villages, states, let alone traveling all the Nigerian states. He's talking because he's in power. He can eat anytime he wants to eat. Come to the reality. Nigerians are really suffering. If you have a location in any place in Rivers State, you see that people are suffering. So when they are telling us that we have a lot of storage, they keep on laughing. The storage you want to have, if you have enough food, do you have electricity? The Sino, is it really working? What is the minister?
Should expect anything reality or truth from them. Insecurity everywhere, and yet you all are going to hand over a more secured nation. Shame unto those who brought this government on us. Ben from Port Harcourt. And then 50,000 naira. A tuber of yam is 2,500 naira, and a pinta of gari is 1,200. He's talking of availability of food everywhere. I don't blame him. He's feeding fat on government free money to our detriment. Okay, Ben from Port Harcourt. You sound very angry, but thank you very much for your message. This one says, President Buhari on leaving a safer country for the incoming administration. For me, there's only one explanation to this. It is that insecurity will be worse than it is now, but God forbid. CJ Okezie. All right, thank you very much. I mean, he said he wants to leave a safer nation, okay, for the next administration, for every one of us that are going to be Nigerians, still going to be Nigerians, really. Delta State is moving on the trajectory of modern day development. If you know how Asaba and other parts of Delta State looked when the military administration, one Fegabo left it. No government showcases all her achievements on television for everybody to see. Men with good conscience don't inherit the enemy of others, no matter what you gain from those whose interests you represent. Edison Ozo Ede. Okay. Whether you showcase your achievements on TV or not, I mean, if they're loud enough, whether they're on TV or not, people will definitely see or feel them. Good morning. The money... Okay, the money Wike talked about is the federal government refund of Project Dawn. Are there not people crying in River State? The Delta State government is doing their best, and very well for that matter. Please let your guests travel to Delta State and see. Brown. Okay.
I hope Amy Fiagaga will not hear this. that Delta State government is doing enough in Delta State.
And very well.
And very well. If whatever the Delta State governor state is doing is good enough, and it is something that you can claim, I wish that it should be your portion.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. This one from WhatsApp also says, better days are coming. PDP assures Nigerians. This is coming from a state whose government is a monumental failure. Okowa came to set Delta State back 50 years. Back 50 years. Oh, wow. My beloved big heart for love has been reduced to a chicken heart, all because of one man who is failure personified. Hashtag vote wisely. A new Nigeria with better days ahead is possible. Newton Ikere. All right. I see what you did there. It's possible. It's all right. P.O. possible. Okay, thank you so much for your message. Keep your calls coming in, and of course your messages. Briefly, I'm going to head over to Facebook and read some comments there. Okay, but before I head on to Facebook, now let me take some messages from the SMS portal. This one says, Faustina, I want to ask Chief Loveday to tell the public how much our governor got from the presidency. Our governor has got more than 75,000 naira from the presidency before, and monthly allocation plus 13% derivation. What did we see? Amadi
has gotten what?
Is it 75,000?
It should be it's
75.
He should get his fast correct.
No million, no billion.
Definitely, you cannot be.
Let him get his fast correct.
We don't need to.
And then you answer, right?
Until he gets his fast right.
There's no answer until he gets his fast correct.
He
doesn't even know what he's talking about.
The governor himself has said that Buhari has released all the money due to Rivers State since 1999.
That it has to do with 13%.
Good, that's what I'm saying now. And that is why he's doing all the projects. So we don't need to be on the defensive now. The problem people may have with Wike in this state is you chose a particular project you're doing and left others. I'm not going to be among those who say
but
I'm coming so because
you are not speaking for the person who
I'm trying to respond to that because the person did this
there's no foundation for that.
The person did this
no facts.
It is trillion. The governor himself said it. The governor himself acknowledged that all the money, when you quantify the money, it runs to the trillion.
I beg to object, sir.
We are responding to the person who wrote that thing.
I beg to object, sir.
He's using that money to do what he wants to do.
The person doesn't have facts
at all. So
what he said here didn't quote any amount of money
at all.
So until when the person
comes with facts,
yes,
we
then we can respond appropriately.
Exactly.
Okay.
You know, for now, it's not before us.
Thank you, sir.
For now, it's not before us.
Moving on. Faustina, please.
He's in the governorship campaign.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
You are in the presidential campaign of Labour Party.
Okay. That leaves only Prof now.
She's teaching.
I'm teaching.
Okay, it's all right.
As if teaching is
I begged him outside this studio that please, the strike should not. I don't want to hear anything strike again. I just paid my son's house rent. The other one expired.
Nobody uses
it.
We're not. So now again,
we're not thinking about strike.
I'm begging.
All we want to do, which I think the national leader will also confirm, is that those backlog, those old students, government said they won't pay us. Now we are doing the work. We are going to stop. Yes, because we are doing the work now. So who will pay for us? Who will pay us? We won't do those backlog of work. So we are going to start with year one, the new intakes now, and we'll continue from there.
So whatever they've lost is lost.
That's what the government wants to do. Because we can't do a work without pay now.
Yes.
We need to be paid.
All right.
It's okay.
Faustina, please thank the last analyst for reminding the PDP chieftain of their failures and how Rivers people are suffering even in the midst of so much money paid to Rivers government. Thanks, Fortune. Okay. I don't know what you mean by the last speaker, really.
These are respondents without facts.
Good morning, presenter. Please, Femi Adesina is doing his job. Same is a guest there. We know okay. I mean, this is a little bit twisted, but how do you hand over a safer Nigeria when inflation rate is beyond 21%, the highest of all time? They met kerosene on the street, and today kerosene is in Cairo. Maybe that statement refers to themselves leaving, being safer for how much they have collected from the country's resources. Togi, the voice of democracy. All right, Togi, the voice of democracy. Oh, nice. If the PDP had taken the war against insecurity seriously at its infant stage, would we be talking about so much insecurity? Is someone telling me that during the Boko Haram days, we were traveling with confidence when even going to park was a great fear? All we have now is more propaganda. Okay. All right. We have enough food to feed Nigeria. I mean, food and feed is they are in capital letter. I mean, it felt like you're shouting at me. Food to feed Nigeria. Wow. But I can't just imagine. I can't just remember when I ate rice last because of its hike in price. I thank God that even you, Mr. Agriculture Minister, and your party members are buying from the same market.
Let's attend one wedding party.
He
Rice.
He says we, the hungry masses, are buying from. Okay, same market we, the hungry masses, are buying from. Sent by Ikiabo Jacob in Tombia community. I mean, they don't go to the market.
The masses buy from the market. This will buy from marketplace.
From ShopRite.
This will buy from marketplace.
The masses buy from the market. Okay, so there's a difference between marketplace and market.
There is ShopRite in Port Harcourt now. There is a Spa. There is the other one in
Hypercity.
So the masses may not. Let me not say do not. May not go to all those areas, but they can easily go to my one.
They
my
buy
three.
from the market. This will buy from that's the marketplace.
Yes,
the marketplace.
Marketplace.
Where there's AC, police intelligence around there, protect those areas.
Oh. Good morning, Fasil and others. This government talking about handing over safer country to the next incoming president is a lie and big shame. Hearing this from people like this, a government who never cares what happens to the poor farmers, that they are managing their lives, and herdsmen will not allow them to go to their farms, or the killing we hear every day. I beg, let them go and sit down. I'm Eric. Okay. Eric, you don't think that this government is going to hand over a safer nation to the next administration? All right, back to the phone lines. Take a few calls and then we'll try to wrap this up. Hello, Today95.1 FM.
Hello, Lady Faustina.
Mr. Sam, good morning.
Yeah, blessed morning to you and your guests in the studio. Yeah. Though we are missing Chief Glenn, that
he'll be back soon.
Yeah. Okay. You caught me last night, but let me leave last night. Lady Faustina, you see, I want to ask concerning this food about what the federal government say that Chief Lobby and his crew are opposing and saying what they want to say. Now, is it that he was talking about, is it that Iche, they don't farm again or they don't have enough food in Iche? That is one question. Because I want to know, in the sense that Iche alone cannot supply food in the whole River State. If I thought they are still farming and they still have enough food. So if the federal government think they have enough food to feed the country, meanwhile, if other states do not key into this project, then how do you think that food alone can go round and be sufficient to all Nigerians? That is one. Now, when we talk about the insecurity that the federal government says will leave a more safer Nigeria, the truth is that the man has already done that. And maybe he will bring it to a very perfect conclusion. That is what he meant by saying so. Because I know very well, they were talking about how, I know very well this insurgent and Boko Haram and what have you, when it was a time of peace, they were in charge of all the local government in some of the northern states. They were in charge and they were moving Nigerian armed forces vehicle, armored carrier personnel vehicle. They were moving it all over. They even raised their flag.
Okay, Mr. Sam, because of time now, you need to go.
Let me just round up.
Thank you.
Now that this president administration came and did that with them so badly, They are now using soft targets where they will go and attack a village and shoot people and kidnap people. Is that the one that will say they have not done it? Because I know before now, even here in the south and the southwest, there will always bomb scare because there was bombing all over.
All right. Okay.
So they should not come and mislead the public. I don't know why we Nigeria are so hypocritical.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's begin to take our final thoughts on the show. I'm going to begin with Associate Professor Emmanuel Warner, lecturer, Political Science, University of Port Harcourt.
Yes, first of all, let me reiterate the fact that the inability of those, I don't call them awardees now, those intending awardees, their inability to pass the exam is a national embarrassment, and it's a reflection of the decadent educational system we have in this country. For instance, the federal government of Nigeria seem not to be placing much premium on the education, particularly the facilitators of education. Talking about what they are doing with us now. They move to casualize and make university lecturers to be Ogwaja workers. It's also a reflection of what is happening in the wider Nigerian society. And I think that there should be a rethink if we want actually to have very meaningful development in this country.
All right, thank you so much. Moving on to Chief Loveday Okere, JP, social political analyst, community leader, a member of a state PDP campaign council.
Yeah, it's expected that all hands must be on deck to make this nation a better place. Our dream that Nigeria will be better is the dream of everybody, it's the dream of all political parties. So the man speaking from Delta State who expect that Nigeria will be better very soon, charity should actually start from home. You should also try as much as possible to make Delta State a better place. To the Minister of Agriculture who said that there is food sufficiency in the country, he should try and walk around the nation, leave the comfort of his office, and know how the people are feeling before he will make a public statement.
All right, thank you very much. And to Dr. C.A.J. Chinwo, legal practitioner, public affairs commentator and writer, Secretary, Elders Council, Labour Party, River State, living in Nigeria. I love that part.
Yeah, thank you, Faustina. It's interesting. Nigeria should remember that gradually we are digging at the foundation, very foundation of our nation. And that is incidentally those who are doing that, those in leadership. The effect of it when it comes will come upon all. That the National Merit Award System committee couldn't identify people to give awards. While we have 400 for national awards, it's only an indication of the fact that we have failed on issues of merit. And the government should realize that gradually it is destroying the system and yet hoping to get qualified people for competitiveness. We're lacking it. And then the people of Nigeria, the opportunity we have is in the coming election to vote right. Whatever we vote, we'll face the consequence.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. Okay, before I sign off now, I'm going to just take a few messages. From Facebook, Brights Noyelo says, good morning, Annie. Okay, so this is Faustina. I know you're used to Annie. This is Faustina. Emma and the guest. Really? Emma is not here. Better days ahead. PDP assures Nigerians. Real Nigerians know that there are better days ahead for Nigerians and Nigeria, but it is not the PDP that should tell us. The PDP destroyed our better days for 16 years in power by building monumental corruption. As an industry, the PDP should hide their faces in shame. Chidiadi Matthias says, good morning, Today FM. My name is Priceless Daddy from Port Harcourt. Headline, Amoteko recovered, even though we didn't go into details on that one, he said Amoteko recovered 47 rifles in Oyo Forest. That is a good one, and I say kudos to them, but my question is, who owns those rifles? Okay. So I'm going to dwell on the headlines that we took. PDP telling Nigeria better days ahead. PDP is not the party to tell Nigeria such words. Rather, it should be Labour, because it will be an dirty, the favor From Labour is assured. Okay. Chinedu Onoha says Buhari Sultan Lumumba seek end to ethno-religious politics. Nigeria is a climb where people who completely jettisoned all known principles of equality will barefacedly pontificate and preach about equity. We are not unaware when it was announced to Nigerians that 95% of government presence is deserving of the region that gave him more votes, with 5% going to the rest of the region with little or no votes. We are also not short of memories that he took this position to the latter when he ceded all the key appointments to of service chiefs to the northern region. This lopsidedness of sharing formula, including government infrastructure. Okay, thank you very much. One more. ASU warns of new crisis, seeks intervention. Okay. We have enough food for Nigerians. Agric Minister, this is coming from Chile Edwin. It's quite ridiculous for the minister to be making this comment where the people are crying for the cost of foodstuff and stockpiling the food that the people need. More like witchcraft, and the federal government must do something now to subsidize food for the masses, because the federal government has invested heavily in the agriculture through the CBN. All right. One more and we're done. Okay, there are plenty of them, but okay. We have enough food for Nigerians. Agric Minister boasts. Shame on you, Mr. Minister. Shame on you. Okay. Oh, I didn't see that coming. Better days are coming. PDP assures Nigerians. This is coming from Newton Ikire. This is coming from a state whose government is a monumental failure. I think you sent that in via text message, so I'm going to skip that one. But hey, I think this is why I need to wrap this up. Thank you so much for being right there listening to Today 95.1 FM. Apologies if I didn't take your message or I didn't read your comment on Facebook. Thank you so much. If I wasn't able to pick your call, but thank you so much. I've got to run now. Lucky Maxwell is going to be here shortly to take you on the afternoon belt, today's hustle. So keep it locked down on this frequency. Today 95.1 FM. My name is Faustina Oputu.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
You can never plan the future but the past. He who has a right to live can bear almost anyhow. Lost time is never found again. It is the province of knowledge to speak, and it is the privilege of wisdom to listen. I don't take life too seriously. You'll never get out of it alive. Educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. In the end. It is not the years in your life that count. It is the life in your years. Make it count with us. Make it count with us at Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News.
Hello, good afternoon. This is the World News on your Premium Talk Radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I'm Faustina Oputu. In the headlines, federal government approves 14 days paternity leave for civil servants. Report links NGOs, banks, and POS operators with terrorism financing in Nigeria. CSO calls on political parties to disobey Executive Orders 21 and 2 by Rivers State government. And on the foreign scene, plane from unidentified country bombs military camp in Central African Republic. Details shortly. The federal government has approved the commencement of a 14 working day paternity leave for federal civil servants. The head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Folasade Yemieso, announced this in a circular dated 25th November 2022. The head of Civil Service of the Federation said the move was in line with the provisions of the Public Service Rules 2021 edition. The circular noted that the 14 days leave for male civil servants shall not be more than once in 2 years and is for maximum of 4 children. It said where the family of a male officer adopts a child under 4 months old, the officer will similarly enjoy paternity leave for a period of 14 working days. She said that request for such leave shall be accompanied by the expected date of delivery report of the officer's wife or evidence of approval of the adoption of the child by the relevant government bodies. President Muhammadu Buhari has promised to leave a legacy of free and fair elections in Nigeria and the West African sub-region at large. The Nigerian leader will finish his second term next year and has reiterated his desire to conduct a hitch-free election, adding that the country is committed to a stable West Africa. He said this yesterday at the 2022 second ordinary session of the ECOWAS Parliament in Abuja. The position of the president was contained in a statement issued by his spokesman, Femi Adesina. Foreign non-governmental organizations, banks, financial technology firms, as well as point-of-sale terminal operators have been linked to terrorism financing in the country. This is according to a report released by the federal government through its Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit. The 2022 National Inherent Risk Assessment of Terrorism Financing in Nigeria report, which assessed the level of terrorism financing risks the nation was exposed to, identified the affected NGOs to include those operating in terror-prone areas and engaged in humanitarian activities, service provision, and faith-based activities. The federal government said the findings of this report indicate that TF in Nigeria is generally associated with the use of cash. This notwithstanding, field information flowing from law enforcement investigation as well as financial data have revealed constant interactions between the use of cash by terrorist actors and financial institutions, bureau de change, fintech firms, and designated non-financial businesses and professions. It's how the inherent vulnerabilities of each sector were assessed by the extent to which products and services offered are found in domestic investigations in relation to terrorism financing. The report added that the use of bank accounts and movement of TF funds has featured prominently in both intelligence and investigations related to TF. The Inspector General of Police Usman Alkali Baba says the River State Police Command will collaborate with the cybercrime unit to tackle all forms of crime and criminality in the state. Baba said this in Port Harcourt while commissioning the Police Intelligence and Surveillance Center built by Governor Yesomike to aid the police and other security agencies in fighting crime. The IGP said the police will do the needful in the discharge of its duties, which have been made easier with the provision of the center.
These supports are unprecedented as they will surely improve our service delivery in River State and beyond. And I want to assure you that police will make use judiciously of this center in collaboration with our cybercrime unit to tackle all forms of crimes and other criminality. There is going to be 247 patrol with ease because the whole of Port Harcourt will be under surveillance and will be captured in a sitting position in an air-conditioned room where it is called the control room. In the control room, from what I heard from the project, you can sit down and police rivers by getting a lifetime incident report, and you can also have the opportunity to send a team that is on standby at the station.
The police boss, while also urging other state governments to emulate Governor Wike by putting in place such structures to aid security agents in their duties, called on officers of the Rivers State Command to make good use of the center. On his part, Governor Nyesom Wike, who commended the IGP for his good working relationship with Rivers State, approved the provision of 10 armored vehicles to aid in fighting crime.
Since today, we have a good relationship with police command. Unlike what used to happen before, where in 1 year we have over 8 commissioners of police. I thank you for not bringing politics in security issues. That's why today, even people can count that this is one of the central states. And I promise you, we are going to replicate another of this in the next 6 months to make sure that we are going to fight crime. I've also approved the purchase of 10 armored vehicles to support our police command to fight crime.
The Federal Road Safety Corps says it is not its responsibility to place road signs in parts of Port Harcourt Metropolis, but that of the state government. Sector Commander, River State Command of the FRSC, Commander Salisu Galadunchi, said the command under his leadership has carried out a survey on the type of road signs needed in the city. Galadunchi, in an interview with Today FM's San Ifonaya Obemundukwe, noted that the report on the survey has been submitted to the state government while the FRC is waiting for government's action.
It's on traffic signs that you will see a speed limit where people are supposed to drive in some designated areas, built-up areas. I'm happy to inform you that twice during my stay here, even about 3 or 4 months ago, I've done a road audit, I've done the survey, I've done a very good work on that concerning that one. All that is needed, especially in the Port Harcourt environment, with the type of road signs that is needed at a particular place. So we have done that one, and the report has gone to the state government. We submitted one directly to the government house, submitted another copy to the SAG's office. We have told them what they need to do, so we are still waiting to hear how they are going to do. So Federal Road Safety Corps is not responsible for providing road signs and traffic signs. It's either the state government.
The state sector commander was speaking on the lack of adequate road signs in parts of Port Harcourt. The people of Niger Delta region have been urged to deploy the use of poem and poetry in their agitations to every activity that have resulted to the highest life expectancy in the region, 241. A Niger Delta-based environmental activist, Nemo Bassi, who gave the advice at a one-day workshop on poetry as a tool for advocacy in Port Harcourt, called on the people to see poetry as a cultural tool in restoring polluted environment. Bassi, who is the Director of Health of Mother Earth Foundation, urged the people to begin to demand that multinationals operating in the area take full responsibility for human rights abuses.
Poetry is part of our culture. Our people have always campaigned using songs, poetry, drama to change things in communities. So it's not really new. We've had great leaders like Ken Sarawiwa, who was a poet, playwright, and novelist. And so this is just to engage young people, to encourage them to continue in the tradition, to be much more attentive to what is going on around them, and to articulate and write them down for posterity. Niger Delta having 41 years as life expectancy limit is not surprising. In fact, it's a surprise that anybody lives beyond that, because the environment is absolutely polluted. People are born in pollution, they live in pollution, they die in pollution, they are buried in pollution. And so it's really a miracle that our people are alive at all. If nothing is done urgently, it could drive the people to extinction.
Some of the participants at the workshop, including students, commended the organizers for putting together the program.
This meeting has been a very impactful one. As a student, I never knew that I could branch out to write something from my mind using poetry, and learning that experience has been a wonderful one. It has challenged me that I can express my views and I will be heard.
It's also an avenue for someone to actually express his mind in such a positive manner that will affect the society, and also move our interest away from living in the dark, of keeping quiet over things that we are supposed to speak of. And the beauty of poetry is that it enables you to express your mind in such a manner that it sends a message, a strong message to the society.
A civil society group, International Society for Social Justice and Human Rights, wants political parties and their candidates to disobey Executive Order 21 and 22 activated by the River State government. The civil society group described the orders compelling political parties to seek for approval before using public school facilities and campaign offices as a complete recipe for anarchy. The Chancellor of the CSO, Omenazu Jackson, in a telephone interview with Today FM's Olawale Sanusi, also expressed worries that the federal government and the Attorney General of the Federation have allowed the infringement of rights of Rivers people to go on.
The under 21 and under 22 negates all ingredients of democratic society. It is in clear conflict with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And one wonders why the Attorney General have not stepped in. Any order of a state that is in conflict with the estate laws of the nation have to be challenged and expunged from the status book. But here we are, that both the federal government and the office of the Attorney General have kept dignified silence. While these laws infringes on the democratic right of Nigerians, particularly Rivers, such laws is too draconian in a democratic society and must be challenged by Nigerians who cannot allow this to continue. Who can pick up this law and drive it to the Supreme Court. In Rivers State today, you can hardly get any judgment from any court in this state against Rivers State government.
This is the world news on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. After the break, more news, sports and foreign stories. Stay tuned.
SDP na the party where we go vote to 2023. Everybody forward the march. All the Rivers people now who we go vote to. Magnus Abe. Have na him be the man here. Magnus Abe. Rivers State go dey Kidimba. Magnus Abe. Magnus Abe na him we go vote to. Magnus Abe. Oh yes, Rivers people, if we want something different, we must do what we never do before. Social Democratic Party, alias SDP, we get the white horse. Don't come to make Rivers State better. Senator Magnus Nge na experience, sincere and
Illegal oil bunkering activities appear to have resurfaced in some communities in Emoa local government area of River State. This time, the stakeholders from Odegu Kingdom are not happy that some military personnel attached to 3 oil multinationals operating in Odegu are allegedly aiding the activities. Samuel Ekema, who spoke to Today FM, alleged that the soldiers have abandoned their sole responsibility of protecting the oil facilities and are now indulged in illegal oil bunkering. Ekema called on government at all levels to urgently intervene to forestall activities which he claimed could cause a reoccurrence of insecurity in the area.
I don't know whether it is the Nigerian army who are serving, are the people doing the bunkering, or they are the ones aiding our boys that is doing bunkering. That is why I am trying to reach to the OC in charge of Borikam to find out from the soldier who are operating in Rumuji if they are there on special duty or they are there doing bunkering in Rumuji community. Because the thing is getting out of hand. When there was problem in Rumuji particularly, there was no soldier. But today, instead of them to assist Rumuji community to stop the illegal oil bunkering, they are the ones aiding them to do illegal bunkering in Rumuji. I'm appealing to the state government and the local government chairman to see how he can see into this problem of Rumuji. I am appealing to their GOC to look into this matter. If those ones are not fit to do that assignment in which they send them to that company to do, they should remove them and bring another people.
The Public Relations Officer of Nigerian Army 6th Division, Port Harcourt, Major Ikedichi Iweha, said although it is not in the character of men of the Nigerian Army to be involved in oil bunkering activities, the Army will investigate the allegations and discipline accordingly any personnel found wanting. Business owners at the timber market in Mile 3 Port Harcourt, who were affected during the 2016 fire incident, have called on the state government to fulfill the 200 million naira promise it made to them 6 years ago. Chairman of Timber Traders in Mile 3 Market, Benjamin Ejimogo, who made the call in an interview with FM's Sandra Kenneth, said the money will help them sustain their businesses and improve their livelihood. He revealed that some of the traders have remained in business in the past 6 years because of the loans they obtained from banks, while others who could not continue have died.
Early January 2016, our market got engulfed with fire, and as a result of that, many lost their life, lost their properties like machines and goods worth millions of naira. And then the executive governor, as at then, came by himself, empathized with us, and promised us the sum of 200 million naira for us to regain our lives back to track. But something happened along the line up till now. He has not fulfilled his promise. We believe it should be an oversight because we know him as talk and do governor. We are just appealing to the media to bring it to the domain of the public and equally remind him that we are praying, we are begging him to keep to his promise, to please remember my 3 timber.
One of the timber traders also called on the government to quickly intervene and solve the problem of flood in the market, which is often experienced anytime it rains. Controversies have continued to trail the traditional stool of Omudioga clan in Emoa local government area of Rivers State. This time, Eze Sida India Okedi, as one laying claim to the traditional stool, has dismissed claims by one chief Godpower Igwe that his coronation as Inyewali was done in total error. Eze Sida India Okedi, while reacting to claims by Igwe that his coronation was without due process, insisted that his coronation, which was held on February 6, 2022, had the approval of all relevant institutions in Omudioga clan. Eze Enyidia Okedi, who also described Chief Igwe's allegations as fallacious, misleading, untrue, and mischievous, called on the River State Ministry of Chieftaincy Affairs, the MOA local government authorities, and the general public to disregard what he described as falsehood. On the foreign scene, the government of the Central African Republic says a plane from an unidentified country has bombed a military camp in the town of Bosangoa. There have been separate reports of fighting in the same area involving the rebel group. The government statement said the plane had also dropped explosives on a base belonging to allies. It said there had been material damage but did not mention casualties. Hundreds of fighters from the private Russian security group Wagner have been helping CAR's military to fight rebels. Elsewhere, China's protests against COVID restrictions, which erupted over the weekend, appear to have died down as authorities begin clamping down. A heavy police presence has been reported in several cities, and some gatherings were quelled or failed to materialize. Reports have emerged of people being questioned and their phones searched. But overseas Chinese have continued protesting in at least a dozen cities across the world. Last weekend's demonstrations had grown after a fire in a high-rise block in Humruki, Western China, killed 10 people on Thursday. It is widely believed that residents could not escape the blaze because of COVID restriction, but local authorities have disputed this. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The federal government has approved a 14-day maternity leave for civil servants. Paternity leave, for civil servants. A report has linked NGOs, banks, and POS operators with terrorism financing in Nigeria. We also told you that a CSO has called on political parties to disobey Executive Orders 21 and 2 by the River State government. And on the foreign scene, you heard that a plane from an unidentified country has bombed a military camp in the Central African Republic. That was the news. Is edited by Chinedu Iwuna. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I'm Faustina Oputu. Good afternoon. Thanks for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
God save Nigeria.
Oyibo Women's Prayer Rally. Oyibo Women's Prayer Rally. The Ministers Prayer Network River State Chapter invites all women in the body of Christ to a one-day prayer rally to pray for our state, the nation, and the church, to order events for our good and to God's glory. Theme, O Lord, heal our land. Date, Thursday 1st, December 2022. Time, 10 a.m. Venue, Living Grace Church International, number 93, Market Road, Oyibo, by Umwebule Express Junction. Come, let us cry out to the Lord. He will answer us and show us mercy. Speakers include Reverend Professor Mosi Maduba and Dr. Mrs. Chinyere Maduba with other anointed servants of God. For more inquiries, call 0706-766-0477 or 0803-470-9941.
Endless Properties has launched a new estate, the Princess Garden Estate. We've had over 80 buyers that have subscribed to this wonderful estate, and people are currently building their houses, and it's going for a pre-launch price of just 2.5 million naira. As again, the official price of just 4 million naira. We have other estate locations. We have Camp David Estate, Abara, and it's going for just 750,000 naira. We have a Golden Estate, Igrutali, and it's going for 850,000 naira. We have a Better Estate, Airport Road, and it's going for 1.2 million naira. We have a Better Estate to Boitre, and it's going for 2 million naira. So hurry down to our office at number 49 Odaba Road along Shell Industrial Area opposite the Bimiba, Pomasi Road, Mobiakani, Port Harcourt, or call us on 080-378-98547, 080-378-98547, or call 081-357-61259, 081-357-61259. Endless Properties, raising millionaires in real estate.
Please listen to this announcement. The Apostolic Church Nigeria, Maritime Territory, Kalauko area, celebrates her 69th anniversary and first inaugural convention. Theme, Divine Restoration. Joel chapter 2 verse 25. Beginning from Friday the 2nd to Sunday 4th, December 2022. Time, 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. daily. You are all welcome. Ministering with the power of the Holy Ghost are Apostle Dr. L.O. Ogbonna, JP, Territorial Chairman, Apostle Dr. B.F. Bagay, JP, Territorial Vice Chairman, Apostle Professor B.B. Fakai, Territorial Secretary, Apostle L.P. Nsibaki, JP, Great Kalaoku, Area Superintendent.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Taking the message of faith around the world by the power of the Holy Spirit.
You're welcome to Faith to Faith broadcast with your host, Pastor T.B. Peters of Renaissance Assembly. This message will transform your life forever. Expect your miracles.
Welcome to the Renaissance Assembly.
You must nourish your faith because it powers your career. In your career paths, there's a mix. Relationship can affect your career. Hallelujah. Your health can affect your career. Yeah. Forces, supernatural forces can hinder your career. You just discover that they never get to remember you when it's time for promotion. Because there are forces that want to make sure that the one that believes the gospel does not excel, because if he excels, it advances the kingdom. So if you're not nourishing your faith, you'll be saying, oh, they don't want to promote me. I don't know why they don't. See, there are some things that you don't have to complain. You just put your faith to work. Glory to God. And change the situation. So imagine that your faith is not being nourished. You're going to stay there for a long time. Another reason you need to nourish your faith is that it powers your prosperity. Glory to God. It powers your prosperity. I've met people that earn, let me just assume, 100,000 a month, and they're living better than someone that earns 150,000 a month. Hello. Now I'm not saying that. Now I'm talking about maybe both parties have same level of responsibilities, right? You know, some people have responsibility. You know, there's some people have responsibility. Some of you, you are local government chairman. On top of that, your small salary. Amen. Amen. Now, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people that have similar responsibilities. This fellow is single. The other fellow also is single. They don't have dependents. But this fellow, because of how he has nurtured his faith, 100,000 is producing 200,000. He is like the one that Jesus has taken his 5 loaves and 2 fishes and multiplied it for him. Amen. His 100,000 is, but because of my faith, that little that I have will do so much that will amaze the one that has much more. Why? Because the favor of God is upon my own finances. Amen. It's upon my finances. You can go and buy a phone and you will spend 100,000 and buy a phone. The phone, the trouble the phone is giving you has made the phone cost you maybe 180,000. Praise the Lord. Then someone else bought a phone for 60,000, but the value you has gotten out of the phone is almost 300,000. Why do we bless our food? You say so that we will not be poisoned. No. For if they want to poison you, that's one side. Amen. But it's not more about that. It's that the food is sanctified. It means that when you pronounce a blessing on it, value. Amen. Value. Look at what happened to Daniel and his friends. They said they were not going to eat the king's meal. Why? Because it was sacrificed to idols. So they said, we're not going to eat it. And then they said, give us 10 days. Give us vegetables. We're not going to eat all the wonderful things that are said there. Give us vegetables. If our skin and our look does not impress you after 10 days, we'll eat what you ask us to eat. What was he doing that he's eating vegetable? You are eating chicken. Amen. And all the things that you can think of. And then the person looking better than you. Listen, that's the realm I want you to function in. Because you have nourished your faith. There are people that live in fine houses. When they come out from the house, they look like they're coming out from somewhere else. Then there are people that live in small, meager places. They look healthy. They look robust. They look lovely. Nourish your faith. It powers your prosperity. The value that will come out of 500 naira for someone that has nourished his faith will be beyond the value that will come out of 2,000 naira for someone that has not nourished his faith. And so how do we nourish our faith? Firstly, devotional life. Glory to God. Your devotions. That's the first place is your devotions. Your personal daily devotions. Your personal daily devotions. There is no church service, no ministry program, no conference that has blessed me more than my personal devotional life. I'll say it again. There is no, and I've gone for fantastic programs, I've been to meetings. There is no church service, no conference, no ministry program anywhere in the world that has blessed me more than my personal devotionals. What has kept me is my personal devotions. Amen. Yeah. So you nourish your faith, your personal devotional. That's the first place. The second place you nourish your faith is in the people you fellowship with. Glory to God. Your company. Be not deceived. Evil communication. So if there's evil communication, then there's holy communication. Amen. So the second place is the company you keep. No matter how your personal devotions are, if you're always hanging around people that puncture your faith will not be nourished. Anytime you meet them, they're talking about something that will not help your faith. And then the third way we feed and nourish our faith is by services, church services. Glory to God. Church services, teachings from the church services. Praise the Lord. What the Bible calls the apostles' doctrine. You have to constantly feed. Glory to God. God has anointed people to feed you. I believe it was in Jeremiah 3. He said, I'll give you pastors after mine heart, verse 15, that will feed you with knowledge and understanding. That means there are people that are graced to feed you with what? Knowledge and understanding. That means that there are certain things you will not understand except somebody says it to you. Hello? That's just how it is. So that's one way you nourish your faith. Through anointed teachings. Nourish your faith with Faith to Faith Radio. Praise the Lord. Nourish your faith on Pastor T.B. Peters' Today95.1fm.online. Glory to God. Nourish your faith with Faith to Faith TV. Therefore, the nourishing of your faith. I could go on, but I'll stop there. Now, if you even follow what I'm saying to you, you will never have down times. If I was adding more things that your nourishing of your faith powers, is that it powers your service to God. Hallelujah. It powers what? Your service to God. If you are serving God and you're not nourishing your faith, after a while, imagine a doctor that has not eaten and they have people you are injecting. Inject this one, you inject this one, soon they will come and inject you too. Amen. For clarity of thought and making the right decisions, the doctor needs to have eaten. Praise the Lord. Amen. Your faith powers your service to God.
You just listened to an excerpt from the message Nourishing Your Faith by Pastor T.B. Peters. This message continues tomorrow, same time, same station. We know you've been blessed listening to this message. For more messages from Pastor T.B. Peters, kindly visit our 24-hour online radio platform at radio.faithtofaithonline.org. You can also be a part of any of our 3.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique style. This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial.
It's that time on radio. Let's take you into the life and times of men and women who inspire, role models who have shaped the world.
Let me take you through a journey of Nigeria's nationalism. Do you know who the founder of Nigeria's nationalism was? He's sometimes acclaimed as the Gandhi of West Africa. He was a man of many parts, a civil engineer, a surveyor by training, a civil servant, a politician, an editor, a journalist, an accomplished violinist, a historian, and wait for it, an ex-convict, the founding father of Nigeria's nationalism. He helped to lay the foundation of modern Nigeria and contributed to the shaping of popular perceptions of a modern nation and its obligations to the public. In addition, he maintained an abiding interest in the history and concerns of black people throughout the world. Herbert Olayinka Samuel Healers Badmus Macaulay. That's a mouthful, right? He was born in Lagos on the 14th of November 1864 to Thomas Babington Macaulay and Abigail Crowther, children of people captured from what is now present-day Nigeria and resettled in Sierra Leone by the British West African Squadron and eventual returnees to Nigeria. Thomas Babington Macaulay was one of the sons of Ojo Oraire, while Abigail Crowther was the daughter of Bishop Samuel Ajayi Crowther, a descendant of King Abiodun. Thomas Babington Macaulay was the founder of the first secondary school in Nigeria, the CMS Grammar School, Lagos, between 1869 and 1877. Macaulay attended Breadfruit School, Lagos, and Faji School, Lagos for his elementary education from 1877 to October 1880. He attended CMS Grammar School, Lagos for his secondary school after going to a Christian missionary school. From childhood, young Herbert Macaulay learned the importance of a sound education, patriotism, and of course Christian values. However, his grandparents and parents also believed in the importance of indigenous Yoruba cultural values and of working within the larger culture around them. Like many later Pan-Africanists, they advocated the intelligent selection of progressive values and institutions from westernized Christianity and African society. Coming from such a family, he must have experienced a lot of pressure to enter the clergy, but he rejected this career in favor of a more worldly career. He took a job as a clerk at the Lagos Department of Public Works in 1881. In July 1890, the government sent him abroad for further training under G.D. Bellamy of Plymouth. 3 years later, he qualified as a civil engineer, the first Nigerian in this profession. On his return to Lagos, the government made him a surveyor of Crown lands in Lagos. However, he soon became dissatisfied with the conditions of his employment. Like many of his African colleagues, he hated the two-tier system then existed in government service, whereby British civil servants enjoyed better conditions and much higher salaries than Africans. Thus, in 1898, Macaulay decided to go into private practice as a licensed surveyor and architect. His practice, however, was not very successful. Constantly in financial distress, he took advantage of his position as executor of the estate of a family dependent from which he misappropriated funds. Unfortunately, this act became known to the authorities and he was tried and sentenced to 2 years imprisonment. While many sympathized with him because of the extenuating circumstances of his large extended family, this event meant that he could never become a candidate for public office. Now, barred from elective public office, Macaulay made his mark in politics through journalism and political organizations and various advisory capacities. Between 1890 and 1927, he was a frequent contributor to the Nigerian Chronicle. In 1927, Macaulay joined forces with his friend Dr. John Akilade Colcrick, a physician and politician, to buy the Lagos Daily News, the first daily newspaper in British West Africa, founded in 1925. Macaulay decided on political tone of the paper. This provided his platform for his battles against the government and his African political opponents. During the 1920s, a period in Nigerian history associated with the beginning of political agitation for self-rule, Macaulay became a leading figure in the first generation of Nigerian nationalists. In 1921, Macaulay passionately led protests in Lagos over water rates, land issues, and mishandling of railway finances. In 1922, he helped a Lagos chief in his legal battle with the colonial government, who had forcefully taken some of his land for government purposes. The highest court in England heard the case and returned the land to the chief. This victory inspired Macaulay to establish in 1923 Nigeria's first political party, the Nigerian National Democratic Party, whose members were the first to sit in the Legislative Council. The NNDP was the first well-organized political party in Commonwealth West Africa. Its motto was Salus Populi Suprema Lex. The safety of the people is the greatest law. Its candidates won all the elective seats in the Nigerian legislature between 1923 and 1938. For fear that government might take action against him, Macaulay refused to hold any party office until 1930s. But in Lagos, there was no doubt that he was the driving force and real power behind the scenes. He maintained close ties with the first executive councils and was always present at NNDP public meetings. Further, he had extensive links with the masses of Lagosians through their traditional popular associations, particularly the Market Women Union and many vocational unions. He encouraged market women and elite women to take part in party activities, including speaking at its meetings. In 1931, relations with Macaulay and the British began to improve up to the point that the governor held conferences with Macaulay. In October 1938, the more radical Nigerian youth movement fought and won elections for the Lagos Town Councils, ending the dominance of Macaulay and his National Democratic Party. In order to avoid the demise of the party, Macaulay's NNDP joined forces with the Nigerian youth movement to form the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, NCNC. The NCNC, led by Macaulay, was not set out to be a political party. It was more of a nationalist organization designed to advocate for an independent Nigeria. In August 1944, however, he saw the leadership and strategy of the National Council of Nigeria and Cameroons, NCNC, offered brilliant prospects in the struggle for self-government. Although many of his colleagues in the NNDP executive disagreed with him, he carried the day when he threatened to resign if they did not agree to enter into a coalition of interest groups. Nnamdi Azikiwe, the dynamic leader of the NCNC then, capitalized on Macaulay's decision to join the party. At this time, Macaulay was 80 years old, but still appeared physically strong and mentally alert. But his insistence
in undertaking a strenuous campaign against the constitutional proposals of 1945 proposed by Governor Richards, taxed his strength. While on the national tour, he suffered an acute attack of rheumatism and was forced to return to Lagos, where he died on 7th of May 1946. Huge crowds, estimated variously between 100,000 and 200,000, turned out in the streets to mourn, and all the markets closed for 2 full days. The leadership of the NCNC went to Azikiwe, who later became the first president of Nigeria. Macaulay was buried at Ikoyi Cemetery in Lagos on 11th of May 1946. Nnamdi Azikiwe delivered a funeral oration at Macaulay's burial ceremony. As is customary among the Yoruba, when a distinguished leader dies at an advanced age, his funeral became the occasion for a prolonged celebration of a life well lived and public service well acclaimed. He was survived by 2 children, Sarah Abigail Idowu Macaulay and Oliver Ogedengbe Macaulay.
Personality profile. Now you know. It's that time on radio. Let's take you into the life and times of men and women who inspire, role models who have shaped the world.
She is popular for her exploit as Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which earned her the name Madam Due Process. But many don't know she started from a poor financial background. In fact, her mother used to buy her second-hand clothes, shoes and bags, popularly known as okrika. She surmounted diverse challenges to get to become a high flyer. That person is none other than Dr. Mrs. Obiageli Catherine Ezekwesili. Obiageli, popularly known as Obi Ezekwesili, was born at the Island Maternity in Lagos on April 28, 1963. She was the firstborn in a family of 6, 4 boys and 2 girls. Because of the Nigerian Biafran Civil War, her family went back to her town in Anambra State. However, after the war, she and her family returned to Lagos and settled in Ajegunle, where she had her primary education in African 1 Primary School. Obi is from a financially poor family, so much that her mother had to engage in a business to complement the father's income at the Nigerian port authorities. Her father, who died in 1988, had tremendous impact on her life in living an exemplary life of integrity. Perhaps that influenced Obi to toe the path of integrity and due process in her dealings, especially in civil service, despite the cost. She obtained her master's degree in international law and diplomacy from the University of Lagos. She later traveled to the United States, where she enrolled in the Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University, and obtained her master's degree in public administration. She also trained in the accountancy firm of Deloitte and Touche and became a chartered accountant. Ezekwesili worked with Professor Jeffrey Sachs at the Center for International Development at the Harvard. Obiageli Ezekwesili co-founded Transparency International, an anti-corruption body based in Berlin, Germany. There, she was one of the pioneer directors, and she later came back to Nigeria and served as the Federal Minister of Solid Minerals and later as the Federal Minister of Education during the second term of President Olusegun Obasanjo. Obi Ezekwesili was once the Vice President of the World Bank's African Division, a position she held from May 2007 to May 2012. During the regime of President Olusegun Obasanjo, Obiageli Ezekwesili held the position of the pioneer head of Budget Monitoring and Price Intelligence Unit, nicknamed Due Process Unit. It was at that time that she was given the name Madam Due Process. Owing to the outstanding work she led a team of professionals to do in sanitation of the public procurement or contract award at the federal level in Nigeria. The Nigerian Bureau for Public Procurement legislation can be described as her brainchild. Other legislation she engineered includes the native legislation and the new minerals and mining legislation. Apart from holding positions as the Minister of Solid Minerals, that was Mines and Steel, in June 2005, during which the period she led a vibrant reform program that led to the Nigeria being globally recognized as a credible mining investment destination. She was also the chairperson of the Nigerian Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, NATI. It was at this period that she led the first ever national implementation of the global standards and principles of transparency in the oil and gas and mining sector. Obi Ezekwesili was appointed the Federal Minister of Education in June 2006, a position she held until she went for an appointment in the World Bank in May 2007. Her appointment as Vice President for the African region at the World Bank was actually announced in March 2007 by President Paul Wolfowitz. In October 1st, 2012, Bharti Airtel, one of the world's leading telecommunications firm having operations in 20 countries, named Obiageli Ezekwesili as a director on its board. Obi is also one of the board members of the World Wildlife Fund, WWF, the Harold Hartog School of Government and Policy, the School of Public Policy of Central European University, New African Magazine, and the Center for Global Leadership of Tufts University. In May 2012, the University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, Nigeria, awarded Ezekwesili an honorary Doctor of Science degree. After nearly 300 girls were abducted from Chibok by the Islamic militant group Boko Haram, Obi Ezekwesili co-founded the viral hashtag Bring Back Our Girls campaign on social media, which urged action to bring the girls back. Some international personalities, including Michelle Obama, Alicia Keys, Chris Brown, and others, have identified with the clamor for the release of the abducted schoolgirls and the hashtag Bring Back Our Girls campaign. Her transparency was so glaring that even her boss and colleagues in the corridor of power attest to it. Malam Nasser El-Rufai quoted someone to have said, "It is only a madman who would make the mistake of saying anything related to bribery to Madam Due Process. It is not even something you would think of." Those were his words. At the age of 50, having overcome diverse challenges, including attacks on her life in days of active sanitation of Nigeria, in her capacities as Minister of Education and Minister of Solid Minerals, she is grateful to God and believes that she is a work of grace. Dr. Mrs. Obiageli Catherine Ezekwesili is fearless in saying what she believes and damning the consequences, an attribute that made her talk about Nigeria's oil money reserves during Obasanjo's regime that was not accounted for in her lecture at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. She is at present making her contribution for the development of her country in Nigeria by giving suggestions on national economic issues.
Personality profile. Now you know. Cultism is a monster whose ravaging effects have left tales of woes such as loss of lives, kidnapping, drug abuse, threats, destruction of properties, blackmail, rape, and many other ills in society. In our society today, poor parental training, peer pressure, poverty, quest for power and social identity are the leading factors that contributes to youths indulging in this act. Again, peace can be restored to our society only and only if we attach value to human lives, and this would bring about rapid development to our community. Say no to cultism. This message is brought to you by Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Corruption is a dishonest action that destroys people's trust. Corruption takes many forms and can be interpreted by many people in many ways. it is hard to enter into any sector in Nigeria without observing one corrupt practice or the other. The faces of corruption ranges from political, universities and college, bank sector, the civil service, even the religious bodies. In Nigeria, factors like greed, poor youth empowerment, poverty, unemployment, etc. are said to be responsible for corruption. However, no reason is good enough to be corrupt, because corruption is capable of crippling our economy, raise poverty level, bring about national crisis, as well as poor national development. Stop the embezzlement and misappropriation of public or government funds, bribery, malpractice, man no man, and treat all citizens equally today. A corrupt-free nation is possible. This message is powered by your premium talk radio Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Peace is a situation where there is no war or violence in a society. Peace allows wealth to accumulate and the society to advance.
Through peace, generations of wealth, education, technology can build up, thereby making people very prosperous and happy.
Without peace, there will be violence, war, and underdevelopment in our society. The most disadvantageous peace is far better than the most just war. Let us embrace peace for a better society.
This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM.
It's what I pray for all around the world. It's what I pray for all my.
It's that time on radio. Let's take you into the life and times of men and women who inspire, role models who have shaped the world.
Masumola Abudu, usually known as Mo Abudu, an indigene of Ondo State, was born on the 11th of September 1964 in the UK. She is a talk show host, TV producer, media personality, human resources management consultant, entrepreneur and philanthropist. She has been described by Forbes as Africa's most successful woman. When she was only 7 years old, Mo Abudu's family, which were residents in the United Kingdom, relocated to Lagos. Mo attended Fiwasaye Girls Grammar School. When she was 12, her father died, and shortly after that, she returned to the UK, where she attended Hammersmith County Secondary School and Ridgeway School in Kent. She has a master's degree in HR management from the University of Westminster, London. Abudu is a member of the British Psychological Society and is qualified in occupational and personality testing. Abudu started off her career in the UK as a recruitment consultant in 1987, becoming a branch manager. She went on to work for the Starform Group, managing the corporate credit management exhibition from 1990 to 1992. In 1993, she joined Arthur Anderson for Esso Exploration and Production Nigeria Limited, now ExxonMobil, to head their human resources and training units. She left in 2000 to establish a privately owned specialist human resources development company known as Viclorence and Associates Limited. While running VLE, Abudu developed an executive training center at the Protea Hotel, Oakwood Park, Lagos. Mo Abudu went on to produce and host a TV talk show popularly known as Moments with Mo, which became the first syndicated daily talk show on Africa Regional Television, which aired on Mnet with TV coverage in 48 African countries. By October of the year 2009, the program had recorded over 200 episodes, bordering on several topics including lifestyle, health, culture, politics, entertainment, and tradition. The program featured super guests and celebrities, including presidents, Nobel laureates, and the 67th U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Rodham Clinton. Abudu was also creator and executive producer of a reality TV show known as The Debaters, a program funded by the Guarantee Trust Bank. The program was aimed at giving Africa a voice, which was done by promoting oratory. Mo Abudu is the founder of the Inspire Africa Foundation, a human investment arm of Inspire Africa Limited. The Inspire Africa Foundation is a registered registered non-profit organization that focuses on raising funds for the implementation of societal transformational initiatives. On July 1st, 2013, Mo Abudu launched Ebony Live Television, Africa's first global black multi-broadcast entertainment network. In a report titled, Nigerian Woman Launches Entertainment TV Network, Mosumola Abudu was referred to as Africa's Oprah Winfrey. Mo Abudu adopted a catchphrase that says, "Everything you think you know about Africa is about to change forever." This exploit by Mo Abudu also caught the attention of Forbes Media, and she was named the first woman on the African continent to own a Pan-African TV channel. In recognition of her outstanding work in diverse fields, especially the media, and her service to humanity, she has been honored with many laurels. These include recognition by Forbes Media as the first African woman to launch a Pan-African TV channel and